Chapter 1204, Twin Dragons Spitting Pearls. Chapter 1204, Twin Dragons Spitting Pearls. Roar. Rumble. Thunderous dragon roars were mixed with earth-shaking loud booms. One human and one dragon were currently having a great battle above the dragon clan. That dragon was just an illusionary phantom and not a genuine azure dragon. But it was the spirit of the azure dragon. The spirit of the azure dragon summoned by the constellation Grand Array, while the other figure was none other than precisely the heaven-stabilizing divine king, Zhuge Qingxian, who rushed over from the holy city. Zhuge Qingxuan's divine might was truly unparalleled. That terrifying azure dragon spirit was actually being overpowered by him, looking as if it was going to be defeated. The dragon clan's members did not notice Yi Yuan's appearance, all staring at the battle situation, with tense looks on their faces. This was their final reliance. Boom! Zhuge Qingxian knocked the azure dragon spirit far away, with a palm, standing with his hands behind his back. He snorted coldly and said, "If you still don't hand over Yi Yuan, this seat will exterminate your azure dragon clan today." The current Zhuge Qingxian was truly insufferably arrogant. The dragon clan's clan members all had looks of despair at this time. This heaven-stabilizing divine king is too strong. So many peak void mystic powerhouses attacked together, and were all still defeated by him. Dead this time, our dragon clan wouldn't really be exterminated by him, right? It's all that Yi Yuan really capable at causing trouble. If not for him, how could it bring down the heaven-stabilizing divine king to here? At the juncture of life and death, there were quite a number of people who pointed the spearhead at Yi Yuan. After all, to them, Yi Yuan, this dragon lord, was still very foreign. Shut your mouths for this old man. Keep talking nonsense that this old man will exterminate you first. How can the things that Dragon Lord is shouldering be what you guys are capable of surmising? Ao Yong snapped. Yu Mengli heaved a sigh and said, "Grand Elder, now that it came to this, everyone's emotions will inevitably lose control. You don't need to get angry because of this." Ao Yong shot a fierce glare at that clansman and said with a cold snort, "All shut up for this old man. The Dragon Lord is the Dragon Clan's common lord. If there are still words that besmirch your superiors, this old man will punish severely." When those clansmen saw Grand Elder demonstrate his power like so, each and every one of them sensibly kept their mouths shut and did not speak anymore. At this time, Zhuge Qingxian said coolly, "Looks like you guys won't shed tears if you don't see the coffin. Do you really think that this seat doesn't dare to ma? Sacre you all. Is that it?" Hua. Zhuge Qingxian pointed a finger out. Heaven and earth changed color because of it. The essence energy in the area tens of thousands of miles around gathered onto Zhuge Qingxuan's finger frenziedly, condensing and not dissipating. Seeing such power, everyone's expression changed greatly. Even that azure dragon spirit seemed to have sensed an immense threat too, and actually did not dare to come forward anymore. This is the legendary profound Calamity Finger, one of the heaven-stabilizing divine king's trump cards. Looks like his determination to kill the Dragon Lord is unshakable. Ao Yong's expression was incomparably ugly as he said this. This finger is so terrifying. It hasn't released yet, and I already have a feeling of asphyxia near death. The azure dragon spirit likely can't resist anymore. Ao Qian's expression changed greatly. Zhuge Qingxuan's might, they had all heard of it, but only when they experienced it personally now did they know that the heaven-stabilizing divine king was even more powerful than in the legends. He had the ability to destroy the entire dragon clan with his power alone. This kind of strength was simply appalling to hear. Zhuge Qingxuan's robes fluttered, his entire person akin to a celestial. The air of an expert was displayed in its entirety, fully deserving of the Tli of heaven's stabilizing divine king. Profound calamity finger, exterminate for me. Zhuge Qingxian gave a cold shout, pointing a finger out. The winds and clouds immediately changed color. In the dragon clan, everyone's faces were white as a sheet. Once this finger landed, who knew how many people it would kill? Just then, Yi Yuan rushed over and saw this heaven-shocking finger of Zhuge Qingxian. Yi Yuan only had time to sweep a glance with his peripherals, only to see the dragon clan's members all covered with wounds, including Yu Mengli and Lu Er. Yi Yuan's alarm and rage rose together. A surge of rage flared up. Virtually without thinking, Yi Yuan directly did a greater teleportation, then unleashed a coiling dragon, heaven-devastating palm in anger. However, what made everyone surprised was that another terrifying attack rose up inside the dragon clan. Big Brother Yuan. Young Master. It's dragon traversing the ninth heaven. Our dragon clan's divine rank martial technique. Dragon traversing the ninth heaven. That is the Dragon Lord's coiling dragon, heaven-devastating palm. The Dragon Lord came back. Ha ha, we're saved. Two dragon race divine rank martial techniques that did not lose out to the profound calamity finger were unleashed at the same time, from two different directions, directly intercepting the profound calamity finger. The heaven-stabilizing divine king, who originally looked down scornfully at everything, his expression changed drastically at this time. These two terrifying attacks appeared too suddenly that even he did not react to it either. Rumble. A terrifying energy undulation spread out, sending the dragon clan's powerhouses flying. Zhuge Qingxian was the closest to it, being slammed by two surges of tremendous force. His internal organs immediately received a tremendous shock, immediately tasting sweetness at his throat, spewing out a mouthful of blood. Originally, this move of his was prepared to exterminate the Azure Dragon Spirit and slaughter the Dragon Clan's powerhouses. He did not expect that in the end, it was actually him who suffered a hidden loss. Regarding that attack, which rumbled out from the Dragon Clan, Yi Yuan was rather surprised too, but he felt relieved very quickly. Tung Yun said before, there was still a Peerless powerhouse concealed in the Dragon Clan. It was just that nothing was revealed. Earlier, the Dragon Clan reached a critical moment. He finally could not resist making a move. Looks like the matter of the Dragon Clan having a reclusive powerhouse, even the heaven-stabilizing divine king did not know either. Otherwise, he absolutely would not come to the Dragon Clan to raise a hue and cry so recklessly. Yi Yuan did not expect that Tung Yun actually knew the matter of this Peerless Powers house so clearly. Judging from that dragon traversing the ninth heaven move, the power was not the slightest bit inferior to his own coiling dragon, heaven-devastating palm. It turned out that the one who grasped divine, rank dragon wave was not just him alone in this world. It was just that. And, oh, Body had seen it before, that was all. No wonder Tung Yun said that even he did not dare to easily provoke the Dragon Clan. This existence. Yi Yuan and Zhuge Qingxian faced off in the air, cold gazes meeting with unspeakable rage. Zhuge Qingxian, what's the meaning of this? Yi Yuan's words seethed with killing intent and was bone-piercingly cold. Being questioned by Yi Yuan, Zhuge Qingxian could not help being tongue-tied for a moment. He came to the Dragon Clan in an imposing manner to kill Yi Yuan, but he discovered now that Yi Yuan was actually powerful to this degree already. That coiling dragon, heaven-devastating palm move earlier, disregarding the dragon traversing the ninth heaven. Although the power could not match his profound calamity finger, it was not much worse off than him either. Now he suffered a hidden loss, his internal organs receiving a shock. Wanting to kill Yi Yuan again, was virtually impossible. Except what he did not know was that Yi Yuan had killing intent aroused toward him. If not for the Azure Dragon spirit resisting, Zhuge Qingxian would probably have already charged into the Dragon Clan. If not for the Dragon Clan still having a powerhouse, most likely Li Er and Luer would have been killed by him as well. This guy was so arrogant. How could Yi Yuan not have killing intent aroused? Seeing Yi Yuan's murderous look, the corners of Zhuge Qingxuan's mouth curled slightly, and he taunted, "What? You wouldn't be thinking of killing me still, right?" "Can't I?" Yi Yuan retorted with a question icily. "Oh, what a joke! Truly a colossal joke. Just now, if not for this seat being momentarily careless, do you think that you could hurt me? Bragging got to have a limit too," Zhuge Qingxian said, mockingly. Chapter 12:05. Refusing to give in to old age won't do. Chapter 12:05. Refusing to give in to old age won't do. Is that so? What if you add me? A figure appeared, trapping Zhuge Qingxian with a pincering momentum with Yi Yuan. Zhuge Qingxian was bold, stemming from superb skills too. Even though he suffered injuries, he did not have the slightest intention of escaping. His air of an expert was displayed in its entirety. He did not think that this divine realm really had someone who could make him stay. But when he saw the Dragon Clan's arrival, his expression changed too. "Long Min, you're actually not dead yet." This Long Min was the Dragon Clan's previous generation patriarch. Many years ago, he said the position to Ao Duo, then secluded himself. Everyone in the world all thought that Long Min already died. They did not expect that not only was he still alive in this world, but his strength was also this powerful. Long Min pays respect to Dragon Lord. Long Min first gave a bow to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised, but he still nodded his head. This was considered to have returned the salute. "Thanks to Heaven's stabilizing Divine King's blessings, I'm still lingering on with this last breath of life until today. It's just that Heaven's stabilizing Divine King's actions today. Isn't it bullying people too much?" Long Min turned to Zhuge Qingxian and said. Zhuge Qingxian had a calm and collected look as he said coolly, "This seat wanted them to hand over Yi Yuan, but they refused no matter what. That's why this seat took action." Long Min said, "The heaven-surmounting Divine King is my Dragon Clan's common lord. Even this elderly self have to respectfully call him Dragon Lord. Aren't you making things difficult by having us hand him over? Hey, old man, you're so unreasonable. We already said that young Master wasn't at the Dragon Clan, yet you insist on us handing over the person. Where would we find to hand over for you?" Luer suddenly shouted loudly at the sky. A cold light glinted in Zhuge Qingxuan's eyes. Separated so far away, Luer was also akin to being struck by a thunderbolt. "What did you say?" Zhuge Qingxian said word by word. Luer's words made Zhuge Qingxuan's blue veins throb, his anger flaring up with a wham. He, Zhuge Qingxian, boasted of his casual and elegant bearing. At present, his age was also merely over 3,000 years, and did not appear old. He did not even count as middle-aged, but this little La S actually called him an old man. Yi Yuan was originally burning with fury. At this time, he was tickled by Luer until he secretly laughed in his heart too. This La S did not have any thought in mind and randomly shouted, but it poked right at Zhuge Qingxuan's sore sport. His aura released slightly, warding off Zhuge Qingxuan's aura, and he said nonchalantly, "Luer is merely 30 over years of age. Is there any problem with calling you an old man? You're already getting on in years, still pretending to be young for what? Refusing to give in to old age won't do. Now, it's us youngsters' world. You look, Senior Long Min is a wise man who understands the time. He had long relinquished his position. At your ripe old age, shouldn't you hand over your position in the holy city too and be a grand elder or something? Wouldn't it be splendid? Each word that Yi Yuan said, Zhuge Qingxuan's face would become a shade darker. When Long Min saw this scene, he could not help smiling. Not only was this dragon lord's martial strength formidable, but his verbal skills were also similarly powerful. But Zhuge Qingxian just really had nothing to say. Even if Yi Yuan's 2 lifetimes were added together, it was also merely 500 plus years old. At the very most, it was also just a fraction of Zhuge Qingxuan's. Even though the two people were both peerless geniuses when put together to compare, Zhuge Qingxian paled in comparison. One had to know that Yi Yuan only used a short few months' time and rushed to number 4 of the 10 great divine kings. Given time, Serpa S. Sing Zhuge Qingxian was also nothing difficult. And this was precisely the most painful spot in Zhuge Qingxuan's heart. Otherwise, why would he take up arms and come to find trouble with Yi Yuan, the divine realm's number 1 that he maintained for 2,000 years? Somebody was finally going to issue a challenge to him, even though Yi Yuan had no interest in this at all. The reason why he said so was entirely just to repulse Zhuge Qingxian. Right now, he was a million times unhappy looking at Zhuge Qingxian. However, Yi Yuan's words also repulsed Zhuge Qingxian until it was enough for him to choke on. Whatever Yi Yuan said to abdicate his position, even if he wanted to, there had to be someone to come and take over too. The Purple Gold Hall's elites were all slaughtered clean by Yi Yuan alone. This guy must be doing it on purpose. When Yumingli saw this scene, she could not help smiled and said, "Luer, your words were unintentional, but Big Brother Yuan's words anger people to death." Luer had a blank look and said, "Did I say something wrong?" "Ho, Miss Luer is innocent and childlike, and you didn't say anything wrong. Isn't that heaven-stabilizing divine king an old man?" Ha. Ao Yong also could not resist laughing. Luer still had a vacant look, completely did not know what everybody was laughing at. She had too little experience. These few years, the majority of the time was on cultivation and sleeping. She was basically isolated from the outside world. Hence, even though she was already 30 over years old, her mentality was still not much different from a teenage girl. Zhuge Qingxuan's perception was Estoni's. How could he not know that the Dragon Clan's members were all mocking him? The always calm and collected heaven-stabilizing divine king had blue veins throbbing at this time, rage already burning all over his body. "Yi Yuan, do you really take this seat's whiskers to be easy to stroke?" Zhuge Qingxuan's aura surged to the skies. Even when Long Min saw, his expression changed slightly too. Clearly, he did not expect that Zhuge Qingxian actually still held back strength previously. However, Yi Yuan had a look of indifference and said, "Coolly, just you are considered a tiger too? In my view, you're also just a little cat. Come, kitty, meow for me to hear." But this time, body could laugh. Zhuge Qingxuan's aura was too terrifying. The faces of the Dragon Clan's members all changed greatly. They were really frightened by Zhuge Qingxuan's aura. As so strong. Turns out that the heaven-stabilizing divine king hasn't brought out his true strength all along until now. Dragon Lord, His Excellency, is too ras. Plus these words sound liberating, but with this, it isn't easy to settle. This Dragon Lord, His Excellency, and old patriarch Long Min, the two people, I wonder if they can block this blow or not. Long Min's expression was solemn, and he reminded Yi Yuan, "Be careful, Dragon Lord." But Yi Yuan said indifferently, "Old patriarch, you back off first. Wait until I and this kitty fight it out until we both wear each other out. Then you come over and kill him." While talking, Yi Yuan's tone also turned cold. This heaven-stabilizing divine king already touched his bottom line. He decided that he was going to kill this guy even at risk of sustaining serious injuries. Long Min's expression changed when he heard that, but was rather uncertain what it meant. But when he saw the murderous look in Yi Yuan's eyes, he could not help being startled and nodded his head, but retreated. Long Min's action made everyone get a huge shock. What's Dragon, Lord His Excellency, going to do here? Could it be that he wants to contend against the heaven-stabilizing divine king on his own? Ao Duo turned pale with fright and said, while at this time, Zhuge Qingxuan's momentum was already formed. He looked at Yi Yuan and said coldly, "Very good. You're very courageous. Not only did you successfully stoke this seat's fury, you even dare to face off on your own. Since you want to hear this kitty's meow, then this seat will meow for you to hear. Therefore, listen up well. Profound. Qi. Finger. One finger unleash. I plusing. The wind and clouds moved. An attack that moved heaven and earth charged over toward Yi Yuan. Chapter 1206. Heavenly Fiend G. D coming into being. Chapter 1206. Heavenly Fiend G. D coming into being. Too terrifying. Is this really a martial technique unleashed by a divine king, realm martial artist? Dragon Lord is in danger. He actually hasn't unleashed a martial technique yet. What on earth is Dragon Lord doing? Has he given up resisting? A series of clamoring sounds came from the Dragon clan. They discovered that Yi Yuan provoked very happily just now, but now he actually stopped moving. Zhuge Qingxuan's momentum was already formed. This finger was stronger compared to that finger previously. It was simply not what human strength could resist. Yu Mengli's and Luer's expressions changed greatly and had worried looks. After all, Yi Yuan's opponent this time was the heaven-stabilizing divine king, who was known as the divine realm's #1. It was not up to them to not be worried. Everyone's hearts leaped to their throats, uncertain what medicine Yi Yuan was selling in his gourd. In a blink of an eye, Zhuge Qingxian brought the profound Qi finger and arrived at the place several hundred feet away from Yi Yuan. Poork! The person had not drawn near yet and already broke Yi Yuan's defenses, making him directly spew out a large mouthful of blood. Dragon Lord! Big Brother Yuan! Young Master! Seeing this scene, everyone's face changed drastically, one after another. They seriously could not figure out why Yi Yuan did not retaliate. Zhuge Qingxian was also rather surprised, his face somewhat stunned. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually did not resist at all, but he did not have the intention of pulling back. Since you're not resisting, then I'll directly send you to the Western Paradise. Even if the Jade Emperor came, he can't save you either. However, right at this moment, Yi Yuan finally made a sound. Voice of the Dragon G. Roar. Yi Yuan suddenly radiated with resplendent golden light. A terrifying dragon roar instantly reverberated through the clouds. At this moment, Yi Yuan did not hold back in the slightest, directly urging the voice of the Dragon G. To the limits. The profound Qi finger that originally had an irresistible onslaught abruptly stopped at this time. Zhuge Qingxuan's figure was forcefully nailed in midair by the voice of the Dragon G. D's sound wave attack. Poork! Zhuge Qingxian, who was caught by surprise, similarly spewed out a large mouthful of fresh blood. Yi Yuan's roar made everyone's expression change dramatically, but everybody's reaction was completely different. Long Min's withered old face was seemingly like the last radiance of the setting sun at this time, exuding a flushed color. That was caused by excitement. Voice of the Dragon G. Oh, D. It's absolutely the voice of the Dragon G. Oh, D. Ha! Indeed, worthy of being the Dragon Lord. He actually learned my clan's long-lost voice of the Dragon G. Oh, D. Longmin said with unbelievable surprise and delight. As for Ao Qian, Ao Yong, and the rest, they clearly also guessed the origins of this move of Yi Yuan's. It's actually the voice of the Dragon G. Oh, D. This is too inconceivable. This move has already been lost in the Dragon Clan for over 100,000 years. Didn't expect that we actually saw it again anew today. Such a terrifying power. Is this one of my Dragon Clan's supreme martial techniques? Voice of the Dragon G. Oh, D? Just how powerful was my Dragon Clan when at the height of its power and splendor? Turns out that the Dragon Lord dug a pit for the heavens stabilizing divine king to jump. Yet he even jumped inside. If the heavens stabilizing divine king falls, my Dragon Clan will gain great fame and prestige tomorrow. When Lu and the rest saw the situation, they all heaved a long sigh in relief. But they still looked at the two people confronting each other in the air with anxious looks, not daring to relax in the slightest, being shocked by the voice of the Dragon G. Oh, D, which came unexpectedly. This blow to Zhuge Qingxian was not light. Yi Yuan's voice of the Dragon G. Oh, D was not the slightest bit weaker than his profound Qi finger. Furthermore, the penetrative force of sound waves was clearly greater than ordinary martial techniques. Now, he finally understood why Yi Yuan had no movements all along. Yi Yuan was making him suffer from his own scheme, the voice of the Dragon G. Oh, D, naturally, the closer to Yi Yuan, the greater the power. Yi Yuan risked sustaining serious injuries and also had to wait for him to enter the range of several hundred feet in order to give him a head-on blow. Yi Yuan succeeded. The moment the voice of the Dragon G. Oh, D was unleashed, Zhuge Qingxian immediately suffered severe injuries again. However, Yi Yuan did not have the intention of ending it here. 1 breath, 2 breaths. Voice of the Dragon G. Oh, D persisted for 2 breaths of time and dissipated with a loud bang. Yi Yuan and Zhuge Qingxian's figures virtually flew out backward at the same time. Zhuge Qingxian and the profound Qi finger were not to be trifled with. Yi Yuan also suffered serious injuries under this one finger. Adding on the voice of the Dragon G. Oh, D's consumption, his condition currently was dreadful to the max. However, Zhuge Qingxian's situation was not much better than his. The power of the voice of the Dragon G. Oh, D was too fearsome. He also entered that strongest region. Currently, he was bleeding from all 7 orifices. His entire body had almost been torn apart. Mutual destruction. At this time, Longmin suddenly recalled Yi Yuan's words earlier. Wait until the two of them were worn out. Kill Zhuge Qingxian. Longmin was shrewd with age. How could he waste such an opportunity? Lifting his hand, it was a dragon traversing the 9th heaven. A dragon roar sounded again. Zhuge Qingxian's scalp tingled. For thousands of years, this was his first time truly facing death. He who had always considered everybody and everything beneath notice finally knew what was called despair. No, Zhuge Qingxian howled. He was already powerless to resist such an expert's attack. Everyone stared at this scene unblinkingly. Their hearts leaped up to their throats. The heaven-stabilizing divine King Paris. Plus-ing, this was the #1 major event in the divine realm for thousands of years. But in the next instant, everyone's faces changed drastically. Suddenly, a black hole appeared in the sky. This black hole just happened to meet Longmin's dragon traversing the 9th heaven. It was only to see a blood light flash inside the black hole. Long Min's divine Tao martial technique was actually extinguished just like this. Long Min's expression changed greatly, and he cried out in alarm, "Fiend race!" A young man slowly walked out from inside the black hole, bringing along several powerhouses behind him. The young man stood with his hands behind his back, with the haughtiness of looking down arrogantly upon the world. Even the heaven-stabilizing divine king was a magnitude inferior to him in terms of disposition. Seeing this young man, everyone's face changed drastically. Clearly, the arrival did not have good intentions. The young man smiled nonchalantly and said, "Oh, the Dragon Clan. I really haven't seen you people for a long time. Where's everyone? Just nice today. I'll catch the whole lot in one fell swoop." At this time, Yu Mengli had long already made her move, reaching her hands out to support Yi Yuan. Although Yi Yuan's wounds were very severe at this time, his consciousness was very clear. Seeing this young man, Yi Yuan felt all the hairs on his body stand up. Danger! Extremely dangerous. This was the feeling that this young man gave him. Beside Yi Yuan, a figure appeared. It was precisely Long Tongue. When Long Tongue saw that young man, his expression immediately became extremely ugly, close to losing all hope. When Yi Yuan saw Long Tongue's expression, he was immediately clear in his heart. To be able to make Long Tongue display this expression, who else could there be still? He actually came into being ahead of time. Long Tongue took a look at that young man, then looked at Yi Yuan, and was filled with extreme unwillingness. He was unreconciled to it. Yi Yuan had not fully grown up yet. To deal with Kanhua, one at least had to reach Fang Tian's boundary back then, too. Although the current Yi Yuan was strong compared to the Fang Tian back then, he was still quite a bit worse. He's Kanhua? Yi Yuan endured the pain all over his body and spoke up. Long Tongue slowly nodded his head and said, "That's right. He's precisely heavenly Fiend Ji. Oh, Kanhua. His strength seems to be even stronger than before." Chapter 1207, Long Tongue's Resolve. Chapter 1207, Long Tongue's Resolve. Kanhua's appearance caught everyone off guard. Currently, Yi Yuan already suffered serious injuries. Just based on Long Min alone, there was no way to be Kanhua's match. Could it be over just like this? Long Tongue said, unwillingly. Seemingly detecting Long Tongue's gaze, Kanhua actually looked over here. It's actually you. Didn't expect that 50,000 years have passed. Said I could actually still be you, MP, into an old acquaintance. Didn't expect that he actually protected you, Kanhua said smilingly. Long Tongue snorted coldly when he heard that and said, "Who's an old acquaintance of yours? This old man wishes that he can tear you limb from limb." Kanhua smiled faintly and said, "Hoo-hoo, something that even Origin Deity realms couldn't accomplish just based on you guys, some trash. How can you possibly do it? Rather, you all shall become this G. Oh, D's blood feed today." At this time, everyone was jittery inside the Dragon Clan. They did not know who this young man was at all, and could not even see through his cultivation realm. But they knew that this young man was very strong. That mover earlier by old patriarch Long Min, dragon traversing the ninth heaven, what kind of power did that have? But this young man just gave a casual attack, and actually utterly annihilated this attack. Chi Grand Elder, who is this young man? Isn't the divine realm's strongest the heaven-stabilizing divine king? Why do I feel that this young man seems to be even stronger than the heaven-stabilizing divine king? Asked Ao Yong, a Dragon Clan elder. Originally, Ao Yong also did not know about the existence of the heavenly Fiend Ji. Oh, DS. But the last time Long Tongue was in the clan, he told them the matters back then. He looked at Kanhua with a solemn expression and said, "This young man is most likely that heavenly Fiend Ji. Oh, D from the fiend race. He was once a deity realm powerhouse. Deity realm powerhouse. How is this possible? Didn't all of the deity realm powerhouses all go missing? This is actually a deity realm powerhouse. No wonder his strength is so powerful. Doesn't that mean that even though he doesn't have deity realm cultivation, he possesses deity realm comprehension? T the Fiend race actually still has such a terrifying powerhouse, a former deity realm powerhouse. Doesn't that mean that he's the number one person beneath the deity realm? Ao Yong nodded his head and said, "It's likely the case. Looks like what Senior Longtongue said was true. It's just that there was Senior Fong Tian capable of suppressing this heavenly fiendji. Oh, 50,000 years ago. Now, who is there? Could it be that heaven is really dooming my dragon clan? Heaven is dooming the divine realm?" A look of despair appeared on Ao Yong's face. The pressure that Kanua gave him was seriously too great. At this time, Kanua's gaze turned to Yi Yuan, and he said emotionally, "Yi Yuan, I have no choice but to admit you're the most troublesome son of heaven's mandate that this seat has encountered. Even the absolute heaven back then was probably not as troublesome as you. If I give you another few years' time, you might really be able to threaten this G. Oh, D, if this immortal grove region's heavenly Tao isn't deficient, you might be able to grow to an existence even more powerful than absolute heaven. It's too bad that it was still this G. Oh, D, who won in the end?" Yi Yuan looked at Kanua, his eyes spewing fire. He struggled, wanting to stand up, but it aggravated his wounds, and he spewed out a mouthful of blood. This guy was the ringleader that decimated his family, but now he was powerless to resist. Ha ha ha. Are you extremely frustrated in despair? The person who killed your father is in front of you, but you can only quietly wait to be killed by the other party. This sort of feeling is very wonderful, right? However, when this seat sees your expression, I'm very excited. Ha! Kanua started chortling with laughter like crazy. This was a conspiracy that lasted for over 500 years. Kanua wanted to doom Yi Yuan to death countless times, but he did not succeed. Kanua was challenging heavenly Tao, but he failed. Yi Yuan rose up like a comet, giving Kanua tremendous pressure. Yi Yuan was too strong. When he heard Yuji say that she was almost shocked to death by Yi Yuan, Kanua decided to come into being ahead of schedule without the slightest hesitation. He could not give Yi Yuan any more time to grow. This son of heaven's mandate seemed to be not quite the same as the ones he encountered before. "Lier, bring Yi Yuan away first. Leave this place to this old man." Long Tongue suddenly let out a long sigh and said to Yu Mengli calmly, "Yi Yuan," and Yu Mengli trembled all over. They knew that Long Ting wanted to defend to the death here. "No, I'm not leaving." Yi Yuan used all the strength in the body to shout. Long Tongue turned around and said to Yi Yuan, "Yi Yuan, for this old man to be able to meet you, watch you grow, it's already enough. You are this old man's pride in this lifetime. Where there's life, there's hope. This old bag of bones, am already useless. As long as you're around, Kanua, he will not be considered to have won, and the divine realm will not perish either." Yi Yuan's tears gushed out. He clenched his fists tightly, using all the strength in his body, wanting to stand up. But he could not do it. The battle with Zhuge Qingxian, he already spent everything he had. "Senior, Lier, what are you still waiting for?" Long Tongue yelled coldly. 2 rows of tears flowed down from the corners of Yu Mengli's eyes toward Long Tongue. How could she be willing to part too? But at this time, she did not seem to have more options. "Senior, you take care?" Finished talking, Yu Mengli gritted her teeth and brought Yi Yuan away. "Lier, I'm not leaving. Don't bring me away." Yi Yuan yelled. Big brother, Yuan, I am sorry, Yu Mengli said with tears in her eyes. Longmin, even if the dragon clan is eradicated today, you'll also have to ensure Yi Yuan leaves. This was Long Tongue's final yell. Senior rest, assured my dragon clan stands proudly in heaven and earth, and definitely won't compromise. Longmin's expression turned stern as he replied solemnly, "Oh, what a touching scene. It's just a pity that none of you can leave today." Kanua smacked a palm out nonchalantly. Siv blood-colored palm headed straight for Yi Yuan through the air. Zhuge Qingxian was currently not far from Kanua. Seeing the power of this palm, his gaze immediately turned intent. This palm was too terrifying. Even at his prime, he was absolutely unable to receive this palm too. Long Tongue's figure moved, directly blocking between the enormous palm and Yi Yuan, and swiftly smacked a palm out, coiling dragon heaven-devastating palm. Back then, he imparted this move to Yi Yuan. Now, Yi Yuan already said his predecessor. It was just that. How could the Long Tongue, without a physical body, be Kanua's match? Sensing that terrifying palm behind, Yi Yuan turned his head back, and his eyes involuntarily turned bloodshot from anger. No, a resentful to the extreme emotion pent up in Yi Yuan's chest. Under the violent anger that attacked the heart, Yi Yuan's vision went dark, and he fainted away. Hoo-hoo, a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Kanua smiled lightly and did not think anything of Long Tongue at all. Long Tongue only felt like his soul was going to be scattered facing this palm. Too strong. The current Kanua was even stronger than back then. Long Tongue slowly shut his eyes, waiting for the arrival of death. Right at this time, waves of ripples suddenly flooded the SPAC. A black-clothed person slowly walked out, lightly raised his palm, and received that black-colored enormous palm. Then a scene that left everyone dumbfounded happened. That blood-colored enormous palm actually gradually dissipated into nothingness just like that. Kanua's gaze turned intent. His expression became sullen. Chapter 12:08. The King Returns. Chapter 12:08. The King Returns. Everyone was incomparably shocked. Such a terrifying palm was actually blocked by this black-clothed person so nonchalantly. It looked like this black-clothed person's strength was actually not beneath Kanua's. "It's really you. You really didn't die," Kanua said solemnly. That black-clothed person said coolly, "You haven't died, so how could I dare die?" "Humph, you're really lingering on relentlessly," Kanua said with a cold snort. "The one who's lingering on relentless should be you, right? Being suppressed so many times, you're still so persistent." The black-clothed person said. Kanua's face turned black, and he said, "Suppressing this G.O.D. you have to pay at the cost of your life. This Immortal Grove region will eventually be this G.O.D.'s. You can stop daydreaming. With me around, you can forget about succeeding. Moreover, as long as Yi Yuan grows up, most likely it wouldn't be suppressed so simply," the black-clothed person said coolly. "Then that will also have to wait until he grows up," Kanua said with a cold snort. "You can rest assured. With me around, he'll grow up." The black-clothed person's words exuded faint confidence. Long Tongue did not have the joy of surviving a disaster at all. His entire person was currently akin to being struck by lightning, staring fixedly at this black figure in front. The current Long Tongue was agitated until he shuddered all over. Even though the black-clothed person had his back facing him, he was too familiar with this person. Is it you?" Long Tongue asked quiveringly. The black-clothed person's entire person was shrouded in the black cloak, unable to see his features at all. But these were all not obstacles to Long Tongue. The black-clothed person slowly turned around and opened his mouth to say, "Old partner, it's been hard on you these few years." Long Tongue's entire body trembled. He opened his mouth, but did not know what he should say. 50,000 years already. He had once harbored the mentality of getting lucky too, thinking that this person did not die yet and would still return to fight side by side with him. But Long Tongue silently waited for 50,000 years, and he did not return. Only all the way until Yi Yuan appeared did Long Tongue start a brand new life. Fighting side by side together with Yi Yuan, he felt like it was the same as before, making his hot blood boil. Long Tongue thought that he really died and would never come back anymore. But now, he actually appeared miraculously. Unfortunately, Long Tongue was just an artifact spirit now, and could not cry at all. Otherwise, he would really like to have a good cry. TSK, today's moving scenes are really many. Not bad. Not bad. Since you brothers have reunited, then go down below together and catch up about old times, Kanua said with a look of ridicule. The black-clothed person said to Long Tongue, "Catch up again later." Finished talking, the black-clothed person turned around and said to Kanua, "How dare the general of a defeated army speak of bravery?" Kanua said indifferently, "General of a defeated army? To think that you also dare to say it. That great battle 50,000 years ago, the victor was not decided yet. At present, this D had a huge increase in strength, and wants to weigh whether or not your strength is sufficient to contend with this G. Oh, D," the black-clothed person said coolly, "as you wish." When Kanua saw the black-clothed person's composed look, his heart involuntarily sunk. But he was not that sort of character who could be frightened away with a roar. In the present divine realm, only this black-clothed person was able to contend with him. As long as he killed him, who else in this world could stop his footsteps of unifying the divine realm? The black-clothed person extended his hand and grabbed. A bizarre force instantly shuttled through the void. Yu Mengli's and Yi Yuan's figures suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. Yu Mengli was unaware of what was going on. She only felt a blur before her eyes, and she actually returned to her original place. This shock was by no means insignificant. "Senior Long Tongue, what's going on here?" Yu Mengli said to Long Tongue. When Long Tongue saw Fang Tian's move, his eyes lit up too. Seems like Fang Tian's strength was even stronger than before. Seeing this scene, Long Tongue's heart was also put back in place. No need to panic. It's Brother Fang who teleported you guys back with his great magical ability. Today's situation already took a favorable turn. Long Tongue said, smilingly, "Brother Fang." Yu Mengli looked towards the black-clothed person with a puzzled look. "That's right. He's the vast heaven pag. Oh, das previous owner, Fang Tian." Long Tongue said with a smile. Yu Mengli's beautiful face was incomparably shocked, and she said in disbelief, "He's Senior Fang Tian? He's actually still alive." At this time, Fang Tian reached his hand out and beckoned. The vast heaven steel actually broke away from Yi Yuan of its own accord and flew into his hand. The feeling of a miss in Kanua's heart became stronger and stronger after he obtained the Fiend Source bead. Although his strength did not recover to its peak, it already recovered 70%. The current him was even stronger than when he encountered Fang Tian back then. Could it be that in these 50,000 years, Fang Tian's strength had another significant increase? But in this age where it was unable to break through to deity realm, how could this possible? Rumble! All of a sudden, fiendish energy surged on Kanua's body. A black bead faded in and out on his forehead. A terrifying aura instantly swept across every corner. Two mighty supreme powerhouses, matching powers. Everyone had to give a wide berth. But under the monstrous fiendish energy, Fang Tian was composed and collected. People did not see him making any actions either. The vast heaven steel suddenly erupted with rays of brilliant light. Just this aura was far stronger than when in Yi Yuan's hands/Humph. Not seeing for 50,000 years, you're still using this move. Looks like you've exhausted your bag of tricks. Kanua said with a cold snort. When Fang Tian heard that, he said coolly, dealing with you, this move is enough. Is that so? Then I'll let you have a taste of the means after this, Qi. Oh, D's strength has spiked greatly. Blood Fiend Storm. Kanua kneaded seals with both hands. A terrifying storm instantly enveloped Fang Tian's figure. Immediately, there was a foul wind and rain of blood. This blood rain had extremely terrifying penetrative and corrosive ability. If ordinary martial artists were stained by a tiny bit, their souls would disintegrate at once too. However, situated deep inside it, Fang Tian was shrouded in layers by the light halo emitted on the vast heaven steel. No matter how the wind and rain battered, I stand steadfast as a rock. Heaven and earth throw. Right then, the vast heaven steel in Fang Tian's hands suddenly disappeared. Kanua's pupils constricted. An enormous blood palm suddenly smacked out, wanting to resist the vast heaven steel's heaven-shaking throw. Bang! A terrifying collision. No idea how many times more intense than Yi Yuan's battle with Zhuge Qingxian prior to this. Everyone looked at those two figures in the sky with solemn looks. Even their breathing stopped. These two people's victory and defeat, they determined the divine realm's future direction. It was not up to people to not feel deep anxiety. Rumble. Blood Fiend Storm abruptly scattered. Kanua's figure actually flew out backward. All of a sudden, Kanua's fiendish energy diminished considerably. Seeing this scene, all of the Dragon Clan's members had greatly roused morale on their faces. Ha 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 won! This mysterious powerhouse is so powerful to actually be able to defeat even a Deity Realm powerhouse. Could he be a Deity Realm powerhouse too? Finally saved. I feel that today was just like being tormented in an oil bath, too terrifying. Kill. Kill the fiend race. For a moment, war cries filled the air. Go. Kanua practically did not have the slightest hesitation and directly shattered S.P.A.C., bringing his group of subordinates, and fled at a splitting pace. Zhuge Qingxuan's expression changed a few times and finally entered inside too. Chapter 1209, A Hero Past His Prime. Chapter 1209. A hero past his prime. Kanua, fleeing in panic, made everyone dance for joy. There was jubilation in the Dragon Clan. Today, virtually every clansman hovered between life and death. This impact on the mind simply made people break down. Among them, no one was happier than Longtongue. Meeting Fang Tian again, after a time interval of 50,000 years, the agitation in his heart could be imagined. Hoo-hoo, not seeing for 50,000 years, I didn't expect that Brother Fang's strength is actually a magnitude greater. Longtongue went up to greet with a smile. After all, he was an old monster who had lived for several tens of thousands of years. Through this short while of subsiding, Longtongue's emotions already stabilized, and he was not as agitated as before. But the joy revealed in his words was hard to conceal. But Fang Tian kept standing there and did not move, did not answer Longtongue either. Longtongue's expression became ugly. A foreboding feeling welled up. Brother Fang, are you all right? Poor work. Suddenly, Fang Tian sprayed out a mouthful of blood mist. His figure actually started teetering on the verge of collapse. Brother Fang. When Longtongue saw the situation, he could not help turning pale with fright. Fang Tian waved his hand and said, I'm fine. Go to the Dragon Clan before talking. This scene made everyone's heart seize up again. Long Tongue's expression flickered incessantly, his heart suspending. At this time, in an open field, Zhuge Qingxian and Kanhua stood facing each other. Heaven stabilizing divine king, TSK, TSK. If not for this seat, Russ. Plussing over in time, you would have become the divine realm's greatest laughingstock tomorrow. Kanhua looked at heaven's stabilizing divine king with a smile that was insincere. Zhuge Qingxian could not help choking up when he heard that. If other people said these words, he would have long exterminated the other party with a finger. But this one before his eyes was much stronger than him. Moreover, what Kanhua said was right. If not for him making it in time today, Zhuge Qingxian, this heaven-stabilizing divine king, who was known as the divine realm's #1, would become the entire divine realm's laughingstock tomorrow. At the thought of that scene earlier, he still had lingering fear in his heart. This Yi Yuan was too insidious. This guy actually plotted against him, wanting to kill him even at the risk of mutual destruction. The more he thought, the more uncontrollable Zhuge Qingxuan's rage became. He was confident that with his strength, even if Long Min and Yi Yuan teamed up, they absolutely could not keep him behind too. If not for Yi Yuan scheming against him, how could he possibly have a narrow shave with death? Of course, what he did not expect even more was that Yi Yuan really had the strength to make him bite the dust. It was just that in Zhuge Qingxuan's heart, he did not think that he was the loser. He was finding an excuse for his failure. Enough C-R-A-P, what the H-E-L-I do you want? Zhuge Qingxian said crossly. Ha! So brusque when talking. Is this the attitude that you should have towards your benefactor? Kanhua was not angry either and said with a faint smile. Otherwise, what do you think? What kind of attitude do you think I should have toward a member of the fiend race? Zhuge Qingxian said coldly. You're indeed as hypocritical as your ancestor, Zuozong. This D is a heavenly fiend G. D, could it be that you still want to be able to do immoral things while maintaining a good name in front of this G? D? Kanhua said with a loud laugh. Zhuge Qingxuan's expression changed, and he said, ancestors was Zong? Of course I know. We've even exchanged blows before. Back then, if not for him fleeing just before going into battle, absolute heaven might really have been able to slay you, G, and me. But this D didn't expect that his wise action of saving his own skin let his Tao legacy carry on for as long as 1,000,000 years. Kanhua said smilingly. Facing Kanhua, the divine realm's #1 heaven-stabilizing divine king actually had a feeling of being seen through too. This kind of feeling made Zhuge Qingxian very annoyed. Just spit out what you have to say. Kanhua smiled and said, defect to this G. D? Zhuge Qingxuan's expression changed, and he said, impossible. What if this D can let you attain the true divine realm's #1? Kanhua said with a smile that was not a smile. 5 days later, Yi Yuan exited seclusion, looking at this old man who practically crawled out from inside a coffin. The respect in Yi Yuan's heart spontaneously welled up. Yi Yuan pays respect to Senior Fang Tian. Fang Tian was thin and emaciated, his face without any color, looking just like a corpse. Yi Yuan was proficient in medicinal knowledge and saw through at a glance. Fang Tian practically turned himself into a living corpse in order to extend his longevity. Even so, he had also already reached the extent of oil giving out and the lamp expiring. Fang Tian looked at Yi Yuan and said with a look of relief, Good. Each new generation really excels over the old one. Back then, this old man glimpsed heaven's secret, leaving the vast heaven steel in the endless world. Actually, I was very uncertain in my heart. I didn't expect that it actually ran into a prodigious talent like you. Yi Yuan's heart suddenly stirred, and he opened his mouth and said, "Senior, could it be that you're the Heaven's Secret Towers master? Also, that mysterious organization that resists the fiend race. Could the mysterious powerhouse at the back be Senior?" When Fong Tian heard that, he suddenly burst into laughter. Long Tongue similarly stroked his beard and smiled as he said, "Brother Fong, you lost our bet." Fong Tian laughed loudly and said, "Lost? I lost. However, this old man lost happily. For these 50,000 years, this old man has never been so happy like today before." Cough, cough, cough. Fong Tian laughed too hard and actually started coughing fiercely. Long Tongue's expression changed when he saw the situation. "Brother Fong." Fong Tian waved his hand and said, "No worries, this old man can't live for long in the first place. Being able to see Yuan grow up, I can die in peace too. Yi Yuan." Long Tongue's gaze involuntarily looked toward Yi Yuan and actually carried a pleading expression. Yi Yuan was a peak alchemy emperor who grasped divine Tao laws. If one wanted to save Fong Tian, and body else was worthy except him. Yi Yuan heaved a slight sigh and said, "Senior Fong Tian has probably already not taken action for many years in order to extend his life. This time, forcefully mobilizing essence energy, his vitality was used up. Even a divine pill likely has no power to turn the tables to." Long Tongue's entire body trembled when he heard that, his eyes revealing a look of hopelessness. But Fong Tian smiled and said, "My old partner, at our ripe old age, can't you see through it yet? Actually, I should have long died 50,000 years ago. Being able to live until now is already a profit." Long Tongue had a pained look as he said, "Seeing through life and death is easier said than done. Those Deity realm powerhouses' lifespans are easily several tens of thousands of years. They were probably unwilling to turn to dust as well, right?" Fong Tian smiled and said, "Haha, what you said makes sense. This old man eked out a meager existence until this date. How is it not because I couldn't bear to die too? But at present, my condition, death is a release for this old man." Yi Yuan held his tongue by the side towards this pair of old brothers' feelings. He was able to understand. Even if Fong Tian reached half-deity realm, his lifespan would not increase by much either. At most, it was also just 20,000 years of lifespan. Being able to live until now, Fong Tian used Ji. D knows how many secret arts and suffered how much torment. Yi Yuan thought about it and suddenly said, "I have a prescription. If it reaches Arcane Insight rank, it can help Senior Fong Tian extend his life for some time. But at most, there's also just 3 years' time. Furthermore, within these 3 years, Senior Fong Tian mustn't take action anymore. Otherwise, you'll immediately lose your life." Yi Yuan's words made Fong Tian and Long Tongue's eyes light up. Chapter 12:10, Unexpected Surprise. Chapter 12:10, Unexpected Surprise. "Even 3 years, that is fine too." Long Tongue said with a look of antic. "One P-ation." Fong Tian had a look of antic. "One P-ation too." At present, Fiend Calamity was erupting. Heavenly Fiend Ji, Deek Hanua's strength was even greater than in the past. Having him die just like this, he was really not willing. Moreover, he and Long Tongue did not meet for 50,000 years. They finally managed to reunite. He did not wish to be separated by life and death from here on as well. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "I have a pill formula in my hands. It is called Heavenly Fragrance Life Extending Pill. If ordinary martial artists consume it, extending longevity by 2,000 years is no issue. It's just that Senior Fong Tian's current state, the effects are negligible. The spirit medicines that this pill formula requires are very rare too. I have the other spirit medicines in my hands." It's just that one of the core medicines is a 1 million-year-old ghost heavenly incense. It's hard to find in a short time. But Fong Tian laughed when he heard that and said, "These few years in order to extend my life, this old man can be said to have employed every trick up my sleeves. If it's spirit medicines, this old man found quite a few. I just happened to have this ghost heavenly incense." Yi Yuan did not reveal a surprised expression. The ghost heavenly incense was a life-extending medicine to begin with. He reckoned that Fong Tian should have it in his hands. That was why he would say it. Otherwise, if they could not find the spirit medicines, and he said this kind of thing, wouldn't it be an empty dream? When Fong Tian saw Yi Yuan's expression, he immediately understood in his heart and secretly thought to himself what formidable wits this boy had. He had always been paying attention to Yi Yuan, but his understanding of Yi Yuan was mostly on the surface. Only now, after actually meeting Yi Yuan, did he know that this boy was truly very different. Yi Yuan put away the ghost heavenly incense and bid farewell to the two people. "The two of you catch up on old times first. Yi Yuan will be right back." Looking at Yi Yuan's departing back view, Fong Tian said with a vicissitude of emotion, "Old partner, I had always prided myself on being exceptional, but only when I saw Yi Yuan did I know that there's always someone better." Long Tongue also stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Honestly, I've never believed that under this present heavenly Tao, there's still someone capable of Serpa. Sing you all the way until I met Yi Yuan. You don't know how arrogant he was when he challenged the vast heaven pack. Oh, to back then. But I just couldn't do anything to him. This boy is simply a freak. Refres. I plussing my understanding of him again and again. Even until now, I also dare not say that I completely understand him." Fong Tian roared with laughter when he heard that and said, "With Yi Yuan around, perhaps my divine realm really have hope. It's just too bad that he was born at the wrong time. If not for heavenly Tao being deficient, he might be able to reach senior absolute heaven, that kind of height." 2 days later, the pill tribulation descended. When Yi Yuan came out of the pill refinement room, it gave everyone a big fright. The current Yi Yuan seemed to have had a great illness, looking very dispirited. "Yi Yuan, you," Long Tongue said in surprise. But Yi Yuan himself did not care at all and grinned as he said, "This heavenly fragrance life extending pill's quality is a little better than I even imagined. Senior Fong Tian, quickly take it." Fong Tian received the medicinal pill and said with a touched expression, "Thank you, Yi Yuan." With Yi Yuan's present realm, making himself like this when refining pills, it could be imagined how much effort he put in. Probably even when refining pills for himself, Yi Yuan would not put so much effort either, right? Fong Tian knew that this was Yi Yuan repaying him, and it was also out of respect towards him. Of course, it was also likely on account of Long Tongue's face. But without a doubt, Yi Yuan was a person who put relations, I plus P above all. Such a person was worthy and trusting to, senior is too polite, extending your life until now, you suffered pain that ordinary people cannot imagine. It was all for the divine realm. Senior did earth-shaking, major things that were unbeknownst to the public. Yet Senior doesn't seek fame and wealth. Yi Yuan respects Senior deeply. It's just a shame that Yi Yuan is powerless to save the situation, Yi Yuan said regretfully. Perhaps after cultivating alchemy Tao to a certain boundary, one could really defy the heavens. But the current Yi Yuan was clearly not equipped with that kind of power. A day later, Fong Tian completely refined the pill's medicinal strength. When he exited seclusion, Long Tongue and Yi Yuan both looked at him with a look of antic. 1. P. Asian. The current Fong Tian, His complexion was much better than a few days ago, on that close to zombified face earlier. Now it actually had some additional color. "How is it, Brother Fong?" Long Ting asked, rather anxiously. The specifics of what effects the medicinal pill had, only Fong Tian himself would know after he consumed it. Fong Tian smiled mysteriously at this time, but extended 3 fingers. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan's face revealed a disappointed expression, and he said with a bitter smile, "In the end, can it only be 3 years?" Long Tongue was also depressed for a while, but felt relieved very quickly. Patting Yi Yuan, he said, "Yi Yuan, you've already tried your best. With Brother Fong's bodily condition, being able to extend longevity for 3 years is already a miracle." Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, "Sai, I thought that arcane insight rank would ultimately be a little better." But Fong Tian chuckled and said happily, "Who told you guys 3 years? 30 years. Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan, your alchemy skills are simply heaven-defying. This old man's battered body, you were actually even able to bring back from the dead. Truly broaden my horizons." Hearing these words, Yi Yuan himself was stunned too. Long Tongue was stupefied first, then was immediately overjoyed, and said, "Brother Fong, really? You can't tease this old man." Fong Tian laughed and said, "Bluff you for what? Yi Yuan only said 3 years' time previously too. I didn't harbor that much hope, feeling that being able to have 1 or 2 years is already very good. But the more I refined the medicinal pill, the more shocked I became. This heavenly fragrance life extending pill simply seizes the good fortune of heaven and earth. Not only did it recover most of the hidden injuries in my body, I even have 30 more years of lifespan out of thin air. How many years has it been? This old man has always suffered torment. Now, these pains were actually swept away clean. With this old man's age, I even nearly jumped up just now. Ha ha, it's really too great. Yi Yuan, you're also too conservative. Is this wanting to give this old man a whopping big surprise?" Long Tongue said with a look of surprise. Yi Yuan himself also felt very surprised. But seeing Fong Tian and Long Tongue like so, he felt very happy too. Ho-hoo, honestly speaking, I myself felt very surprised too. The power of the medicine G. Oh, D Soul Cannon somewhat exceeds my imagination. However, Senior Fong Tian, you still can't employ essence energy right now. Otherwise, even immortals can't save you." Yi Yuan said with an emotional sigh. The more he dug into the medicine G, D Soul Cannon, the more Yi Yuan discovered the extensiveness and profoundness of this divine Tao record. Looks like his path of alchemy Tao was also merely at the beginning. Fong Tian smiled and said, "You can rest assured. This old man naturally knows this point. Previously giving Kanua a heavy blow, I believe he won't dare to anyhow make a move anymore either. At least, before his strength fully recovers, we should be safe." Yi Yuan said in surprise, "His strength already reached such a realm, it's actually not fully recovered yet." Fong Tian said with vicissitudes of emotion, "A heavenly fiend G. D's strength is correspondent with origin deity realm. This kind of existence, how could their strength be what we, mere mortals, are capable of imagining? In my view, his current strength at most also just recovered to around 70%. There's still some distance away from full recovery." Chapter 12:11, Pressed for Time. Chapter 12:11, Pressed for Time. Senior Fong Tian, your current realm is, Yi Yuan asked rather curiously. That great battle before. He was in the middle of a coma and did not see it with his own eyes. But for Fong Tian to be able to overpower heavenly Fiendji, Di Kanua with his worn-out body, his grasp toward divine Tao laws had probably already reached an unimaginable level. Fong Tian smiled lightly and said, If differentiating it according to the realms of divine Tao, I should already be in the heaven glimpse realm right now. Yi Yuan sucked in a cold breath when he heard the divine Tao three great realms, Grotto Profound, Heaven Glimpse, and Origin. Fang Tian actually comprehended divine Tao laws to the realm of Heaven Glimpse with half-deity realm. This talent was simply appalling to hear. Yi Yuan was currently comprehending divine Tao laws and knew the hearts, H-I plus PS involved. Furthermore, Skydistant said before, the disparity between each major realm of divine Tao was even harder than cultivating from the essence Qi realm to deity realm added up. Without the support of divine Tao cultivation realm, wanting to comprehend divine Tao laws was doubly difficult. But Fang Tian actually relied on his own comprehension ability and forcefully comprehended divine Tao laws to such a boundary. It could simply be rated as freakies. H plus senior is truly formidable. Yi Yuan admires. Yi Yuan said from the bottom of his heart, in these 100,000 years, probably only Fang Tian alone was able to comprehend divine Tao laws to such a realm, right? It was just a shame that he currently had a dilapidated body. Otherwise, how could there be a chance for Kanoa to be CKY? Yi Yuan was currently lost in thought and suddenly discovered that Fang Tian and Long Tongue did not move. He lifted his head and looked, and discovered that the two people were both using a strange gaze to look at him. He could not help asking curiously, two seniors are. Long Tongue scolded with a laugh. You brat deliberately exasperating people, are you? To really talk about monstrous, probably body in this divine realm can compare to you, right? Fang Tian smiled and said, this old man has already cultivated for several tens of thousands of years, but you only truly immersed in the martial path for 30 years, and your strength is already close to Zhuge Qingxuan's. To really compete in talent, this old man probably isn't even fit to carry your shoes. Yi Yuan was stunned and immediately laughed in spite of himself and said, two seniors are too kind. Yi Yuan doesn't mean that. It's just that the Heaven Glimpse deity realm is really far beyond reach to Yi Yuan. Hoo-hoo, doesn't this old man know you still? Long Tongue said with a smile. But at this time, Fang Tian's expression became serious, and he opened his mouth to say, Yi Yuan, are you planning on going to the Fall mountain range? Yi Yuan was stupefied, not expecting that Fang Tian actually even knew about this. Seeing Yi Yuan's expression, Fang Tian smiled and explained, don't you forget, this old man set up the Heaven's secret tower. Yi Yuan said in puzzlement, could it be that Senior is really able to pry into Heaven's secrets? Fang Tian smiled and recounted the events back then. It turned out that back then, Fang Tian's and Heavenly Finji, Di Kanua's paramount great battle was fought for a full 9 days and nights. This battle truly fought until the heavens rent asunder and the earth cracked. Finally, both sides sustained heavy losses, but at the end of this battle, Fang Tian and the Heavenly Finji, Di seemed to have triggered Heavenly Tao, and they actually experienced a trace of understanding. Ever since then, Fang Tian and the Heavenly Finji, Di, both of them actually had the ability to divine Heaven's secrets. The Heavenly Finji, Di was suppressed several times, and his strength did not recover fully in the first place. This battle with Fang Tian, he even greatly damaged his vitality and actually directly slumbered for as long as several tens of thousands of years. And Fang Tian also sustained serious injuries. He calculated Heaven's secrets. Hence he fled to the endless world and left behind the vast Heaven Pack. Their inheritance, then entered the Fall mountain range himself. Fang Tian pried into Heaven's secrets and calculated that his path of survival lay in this Fall mountain range. In the Ode's Fall mountain range, Fang Tian chanced upon a fortuitous encounter and eventually prolonged his feeble existence until now. Later, he calculated that the heavenly fiend D was about to come into being. Hence, he also chose to leave the Ode's Fall mountain range, wanting to seek out the heavenly fiend D. But this time, the heavenly fiend D became wiser. Moreover, he similarly had the ability to pry into heaven's secrets. Hence, the two peoples started to match powers in the dark, all the way until today. After Yi Yuan heard, he sighed unceasingly too. This confrontation that lasted 50,000 years, the final landing point lied on him. Fang Tian knew that he was already powerless to oppose the heavenly fiend D. The reason why he chose to come into being was just in order to protect a phase in Yi Yuan's journey. This favor could be said to be heavy, if not for Fang Tian's 50,000 years of eking out a meager existence. Yi Yuan would have already died in Kanua's hands several days ago. Then no one would be able to stop Kanua's footsteps in the divine realm anymore. Then is Senior able to divine whether this trip of mine will be successful or not? Yi Yuan said, regarding entering the Ode's Fall mountain range. Yi Yuan also had no confidence in his heart. Inside the Ode's Fall mountain range, there were too many opportunities, but also too many dangers. The powerhouses who died in the Ode's Fall mountain range could be said to be too many to enumerate, but the Kunwa Divine was in the depths of the Ode's Fall mountain range. Disregarding whether he could find it or not, the dangers on the way would be enough for him to choke on. Having someone who was capable of divining heaven's secrets in front of him at this time, Yi Yuan had no reason to not ask about good or ill luck. But Fang Tian smiled bitterly when he heard that and said, "Regarding your fate, I can only sense it vaguely. That Kanua is likewise the same. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to go through so much trouble to deal with you. Furthermore, this trip of yours is going to challenge heavenly Tao. This is even more unable to conjecture. This trip, good or ill luck, is hard to predict." Everything regarding Yi Yuan, Fang Tian, and Kanua were both unable to calculate entirely. As for the ranking of the 10 great divine kings, Fang Tian also determined it through the others. Yi Yuan's strength could not be guessed at all. The ranking that he gave Yi Yuan was 4th, but Yi Yuan nearly finished Zhuge Qingxian off. This was Yi Yuan's uncertainty. Yi Yuan could not help being rather disappointed, but had an additional hint of hidden worry towards the success or failure of this trip. Yi Yuan, this trip is too perilous. You'd best stay in the Dragon Clan and cultivate bitterly. Brother Fang has 30 years' time now. He scared away Kanua. I believe he wouldn't dare to act recklessly either. This time is sufficient for you to comprehend divine Tao laws. Long tongue urged. Even Fang Tian could not guess good or ill luck. It indicated that the risk of Yi Yuan's trip was too great. Inside the Ode's Fall mountain range, everything had a possibility of happening, even if you were son of heaven's mandate. But Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "If there's a possibility, of course, I don't wish to take this risk. But now that it came to this, I must go to the Ode's Fall mountain range." Fang Tian also nodded and said, "Kanua won't give us 30 years' time. In his current state, probably before long, he would be able to recover to his peak state. Furthermore, my understanding of him, when time ses, he'll definitely be able to perceive something amiss. Yi Yuan's time is too little. It's just that. Yi Yuan, can you tell me, what do you want to go to the Ode's Fall mountain range for?" He could only calculate that Yi Yuan wanted to go to the Ode's Fall mountain range. But to do what exactly, he could not calculate in the slightest. Yi Yuan did not conceal it either, straightaway briefly recounting the matter of the Tao-defying pill. after Fang Tian and Long Tongue heard, they both drew a cold breath. This matter, even Long Tongue did not know either. Yi Yuan, I know that your alchemy Dao attainments are exceedingly high, but under the circumstances where heavenly Dao is missing, it's impossible for you to break through to deity realm. If you can succeed, the seniors would have long succeeded. Moreover, even if you successfully refine the Dao-defying pill without mystic qi flooding the body, you're likewise unable to reach deity realm. Fang Tian said. Chapter 12:12. Fiend Calamity erupts. Chapter 12:12. Fiend Calamity erupts. Wanting to reach the deity realm, mystic qi flooding the body was an indispensable step. But in the current divine realm, the whereabouts of mystic qi had long already become unknown. Even if Yi Yuan's Dao-defying pill really had the effect of defying the heavens without mystic qi flooding the body, it would also be futile in the end. Hence, Fang Tian and Long Tongue, the two of them, were not optimistic about Yi Yuan. In their view, Yi Yuan making use of this precious time to cultivate and comprehend divine Dao laws was the right path. But Yi Yuan clearly did not think so. Seniors, Kanua won't give us so much time. Moreover, wanting to kill Kanua, I'll have to comprehend to the origin deity realm at the very least. But even if I comprehend to the origin deity realm, I have no assurance in killing Kanua either. Therefore, the its Fall Mountain Range is my only option. Yi Yuan said coolly. He had already made up his mind. No matter how Fang Tian and Long Tongue persuaded him, it would not change either. Moreover, Yi Yuan felt that his judgment was not wrong. He almost killed Yuji, completely because Yuji was very weak. But Kanua was already not far from recovering to his peak. Even though he would be subjected to many limitations, he was still the divine realm's strongest existence. Even if Yi Yuan comprehended to origin deity realm divine Dao laws, it was very hard to kill him too. Wanting to deal with Kanua, there was only one path to take. That was breaking through to the deity realm. Right then, somebody from the Dragon Clan came to report. The Spirit Bristle Divine King had come to pay a visit. Tung Yun brought to them a piece of news that was not unexpected. The fiend calamity finally erupted, except the fiend race's might had exceeded everyone's expectations. The other 7 super holy lands outside of the Medicine King Hall fell in enemies' hands all at once. These 4 super holy lands became the fiend race's domain within a few days. The Heavenly Sword sect had long already existed in name only. The Holy City did not have any activities until now too. What remained was actually just one super holy land. This one super holy land was clearly already tottering on its feet. How could it resist the fiend race's cavalry? This way, the divine realm had virtually 1/3 of the territory, which ended up as the area that the fiend race occupied. Hearing this news, everyone was in deep shock. Kanua had long buried many chess pieces for the sake of today. Now that it erupted at once, it caught everyone by great surprise. These 8 great super holy lands, more or less, had heard about the matters of the fiend race, but they probably did not take it to heart at all. All the way until today, the fiend calamity erupted, instantly sweeping across over half of the divine realm with a momentum like a sudden peal of thunder that left no time for covering ears. Even though the divine realm still had many concealed forces, the nucleus was still with the 8 great super holy lands as the core. But now, the 8 great super holy lands virtually all fell, stupefying all of the divine realm's martial artists all at once. Fang Tian let out a sigh and said, "Sigh, looks like these several thousand years of crossing swords, this old man was utterly defeated. I didn't expect that Kanua actually already secretly developed his forces to such an extent." Yi Yuan consoled him. "Senior's achievements don't lie here. If not for seniors striking fear into him, for several thousand years, Kanu wouldn't need to be secretive like so. Most likely, the fiend calamity would have long erupted several thousand years ago. Some things can't be helped. The only plan now is how to resist the fiend race's salt and not self-blame. Fong Tian was long an arrow at the end of its flight already. Many things were on having the heart, but lacking the strength. Just by relying on the spirit bristle divine king, it was hard to support the overall situation. What Yi Yuan said is right. Brother Fong, now that it came to this, talking about these is of no help to the matter too. We'd better discuss more on how we should handle the fiend race's invasion. Long Tung said. Fong Tian sighed and said, under these circumstances, it's already not convenient for me to show my face. I believe Kanua won't easily make an appearance either. He and I should have a tacit understanding. Before having absolute assurance, it should be wait and see. Yi Yuan, I'm already mentally and physically exhausted now. This position of Mystic Gate's master will be handed to you. Yi Yuan smiled bitterly when he heard that and said, Senior, you're toward Fong Tian's action of S.H.I. plus working his responsibilities. Yi Yuan felt helpless. In Fong Tian's present state, it was indeed not suitable to show face anymore. Having him preside over this war, he was also indeed having the will, but lacking in strength. Fong Tian smiled and said, this old man knows your intention, but this sort of situation presently, there must be a person who steps up and preside over the human races and fiend races' overall situation. Otherwise, the two races will plummet like water russ. H.I. plussing down and covering hundreds of miles. Probably before long, the entire divine realm would thoroughly be occupied by the enemy. If this mystic gate had a second person to take over, I wouldn't come and find you either. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, fine then. Then Yi Yuan will not decline the responsibility anymore. It's just that. I hope that Brother Tung doesn't take things too hard. He knew that Ting Yun followed Fong Tian for very long. But this position of Mystic Gate's master, Fong Tian Pa S, said it to him. It was proper and reasonable that he had to apologize to Tung Yun. Tung Yun smiled and said, this tongue is foolish, and reached a conclusion after examining myself that I don't have this ability to take on this great responsibility. No one is worthy of this position of master, but you. Yi Yuan did not have much understanding toward Mystic Gate, this organization. Of course, it was not just Yi Yuan. The majority of the people in the divine realm had never heard of Mystic Gate, this organization. Yi Yuan only knew that people who possessed mystic rank tokens seemed to have very high statuses. But when Yi Yuan saw the 5 people in front of him, he was immediately stupefied. Spirit Bristle Divine King, Soul Martial Divine King, Heavenly Book Divine King, Void Distance Divine King, and Profound Wind Divine King. These 5 people were actually the Mystic Gate's 5 great mystic lords. Among the 10 great divine kings, there were actually half that were Fong Tian's men. This strength could virtually be said to occupy half of the divine realm's territory. Yi Yuan himself also did not expect that these 5 great divine kings would actually become his subordinates one day. Apart from the 5 great divine kings, the Mystic Gate's forces were also much larger than Yi Yuan imagined. Just the peak void mystic powerhouses that Fong Tian groomed were as many as several dozen. As for initial stage void, mystic, and divine king realm experts, there were even too many to enumerate. Even though this number was still far worse compared to the fiend race, it already greatly surprised Yi Yuan. It seemed like Fong Tian really made a lot of preparations for the sake of today. It was just that so many powerhouses were what Fong Tian spent thousands of years of hard work to nurture. He gave him the Mystic Gate without even batting an eyelid. This bearing was truly admirable. You guys hid from me so bitterly. Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and shook his head as he said, Hoo-hoo, it's also useless to tell you early. It's also not late for you to know now. But now, we have to call you master too. This Zhong never would have thought that your speed of rising would actually be so swift. The sole martial divine King Zhong Zizhen said with a laugh. These 5 people, Yi Yuan naturally knew them. The one with the best relations. H.I. plus P was the spirit bristle divine king and soul martial divine king. Yi Yuan smiled and said, the matter last time, still have to thank Brother Zhong. What Yi Yuan was referring to was the matter of the crimson afterglow holy land. Just a matter of lifting my hands. Zhong Zizhen said coolly. After a while of small talk, Yi Yuan's expression turned solemn and said, my elder brothers, the fiend race great calamity is upon us now. Since this Yi succeeded this position of master, I'll have to look to elder brothers more for support in the future. At present, the fiend race calamity erupted. The fiend race's onslaught is unstoppable. Our mystic gate's first battle must be fought beautifully. Chapter 12:13. Besieged on all sides. Chapter 12:13. Besieged on all sides, sect master. There are people from the dawn heavenly palace coming after from the east. The one taking the lead seems to be their palace lord, Qin Tianan. Sect master. There are also people chasing over from the west. Seems like the Ziwei sect. Sect master. Bad news came one after another. The ethereal sect master, Lu Zizheng, had never been so despaired before. 8 great superforces were actually just left with them in a blink of an eye. The ethereal sect was still fighting with the 7 absolute city and the dawn heavenly palace prior to this for the territory left behind from the Medicine King Hall's destruction. Who knew that in a blink of an eye, for great super holy lands all became the fiend race's territory. When the news came, Lu Zizheng felt a cold wind blow down his back. Because these 4 great super holy lands' holy lords actually all became the fiend race's fiend slaves, became lackeys in the fiend race's hands. The 4 great holy lords actually brought their sect's powerhouses and charged over towards the ethereal sect from all directions. Fortunately, he reacted fast and immediately abandoned their foundation before escaping the 4 great super holy lands' encirclement. Whatever foundation, whatever trump card, was all not worth mentioning in front of absolute strength. But at this time, these 4 great super holy lands already caught up. Furthermore, it was all the holy lords personally going into battle. He could still handle one, but how could he be a match for 4 great holy lords? What kind of attitude does the Su family side have? Already reaching this point, could it be that they still want to live a reclusive life? Lu Zizheng growled angrily. His fury was almost burning to the heavens already, surveying the divine realm. There was actually no way out for him already. After evacuating the sect, there were only 2 places that he could go to. One was the demon region, and the other was the 4 great families' place of seclusion. After careful consideration, Lu Zizheng still decided to retreat to the Su family's territory of the 4 great families. Those who were not of one's race were surely not of one heart and mind. The human race and demon race had never had much interaction. At this time, it was clearly still the human race that was a bit more reliable, but who knew that they had already sent quite a few groups of people to the Su family. But the Su family's attitude had always been ambiguous and did not give a definite answer. With this to and fro, their best timing for escaping was also delayed. In a moment, the 4 great Holy Land's great army was going to wrap them up into dumplings already. Lu Zizheng never dreamed that already reached such a critical juncture of life and death, the Sioux family actually stood idly by and did nothing to save. Could it be that they really thought that they were able to only care about themselves and disregard other people? Sect Master, Vice Sect Master Foam, returned from the Sioux family. Suddenly, someone came forward to make a report. Lu Zijing's face lit up, and he hurriedly said, Quickly let him come over. Hang on, I'll go over myself. How could Lu Zijing still wait patiently? He dashed out with a lunge. Seeing Vice Sect Master Feng Tao, Lu Zijing hurriedly asked, How is it? What did the Sioux family say? Feng Tao's expression was incomparably ugly, and he said awkwardly, The Sioux family said, Asylum is okay, but the ethereal sect will have its name taken off the books from now on and merge into the Sioux family, becoming a subsidiary of the Sioux family. What? They are bullying people too far. Lu Zijing stomped his feet in anger. The calm and collectedness of the past were long tossed beyond the ninth heaven by him. This was simply looting a burning house. According to the Sioux family's terms, the ethereal sect's Tao teachings would die out from this point. Moreover, this sect master, would probably be swallowed by the Sioux family sooner or later. This wishful thinking was really calculated too well. Not good. Sect master, all of our paths of retreat are already cut off. Right now, we only have the Sioux family, this path that can be taken. Suddenly, a subordinate came up to give a report. Lu Zijing's expression turned as pale as paper. Gritting his teeth, he said, Go, agree to the Sioux family's terms first. Go in and then talk. At this time, the 4 great Super Holy Lands powerhouses already rushed over. Lu Zijing had no choice and could only retreat while fighting. Miserable cries rang endlessly. Lu Zijing's heart was dripping blood. He thought in his heart, after today's disaster pass, said he would definitely find the Sioux family to settle this score well. At this time, the Sioux family was already waiting in full battle array. After all, the 4 great Super Holy Lands powerhouses were no joke. Not just the Sioux family, the other 3 families' powerhouses had also all gathered over here. Su Guanyin, this seat agrees to your terms. Quickly open up the clan-protecting Grand Array, and let us in. Lu Zijing said in a clear voice. The Sioux family's family head, Su Guanyin, was a void mystic powerhouse who had already touched upon divine Tao laws. He said in a clear voice, You swear a heavenly Tao oath first. If it's violated, your ethereal sect will die a horrible death from top to bottom. When Lu Zijing heard these words, hot blood rushed to his head, and he almost fainted away. This bunch of guys really did not commit themselves until success was certain. They had totally taken a fancy on the ethereal sect's inheritance. How was this saving people? Su Guanyin, IF*CK, your uncle, you'll die a horrible death. Even if our ethereal sect is completely annihilated today, we won't condescend to you all for the sake of overall interests either. I want to see how your Sioux family is going to give an account to the divine realm's martial artists. Lu Zijing became extremely angry and actually spewed out a mouthful of blood. But Su Guanyin gave a cold laugh and said, Then you don't need to worry about it. When your 8 great super holy lands tyrannically abused your power, when have you ever thought of our great families? Now that you met with difficulties, you know how to seek refuge with us? Ho-ho, how can there be such a good thing? Lu Zijing clenched his teeth and yelled out, Ethereal sect's disciples, listen up. The Sioux family is inhumane and unjust, throwing a rock down the well, standing by when others are in peril. Today we'll fight to the death in front of their gates and use our deceased souls to curse them to die a horrible death. The ethereal sect's great army was forced into a dead end at this time. Each and every one of them became bound by a common hatred for the enemy. Instead, there was already no place for them to take shelter in this world anymore. It seemed like apart from fighting to the death, this one path, they already had no paths to take. Fight, fight, fight. Even a trapped beast would put up a desperate fight, let alone humans. The ethereal sex powerhouses all surged with a brutal aura and actually slaughtered back. Ha ha ha. Lu Xijing, I urge you to surrender without resistance and become Lord Fiendji. Oh, Dee's Fiend Slave. Lord Fiendji. Oh, Dee will give you countless benefits, said the Dawn Heavenly Palace's palace lord, Qin Tianan, with a loud laugh. Lu Xijing, you can still repent now and be saved, said the Ziwei sect master. Lu Xijing's expression flickered, incessantly dumbstruck with amazement by this scene in front of him. These guys had actually fallen so far. He did not wish to become this kind of walking corpses whose minds and bodies were all enslaved. Becoming like this, he would rather die. Kill. Lu Xijing did not hesitate in the slightest, immediately charging forward. But the moment they exchanged blows, Lu Xijing discovered something amiss. His opponent was Qin Tianan, but Qin Tianan's strength was more than a magnitude stronger than before. His current strength was likely not at all inferior compared to the 10 great divine kings too. Bang! Qin Tianan lifted his hand and gave a palm, directly smacked Lu Xijing flying. Ha ha ha, Aunt. Saw that. If you surrender to Lord Fiendji. Oh, Dee, now, I can still give you a chance. Qin Tianan said with a big laugh. Lu Xijing gritted his teeth and said, You dream on, making me become like you. I'd rather die. There was not the slightest trace of mercy in Qin Tianan's eyes as he said indifferently, Since that's the case, then you can go and die already. Finished talking, Qin Tianan's palm slapped down. Lu Xijing shut his eyes, waiting for death painfully, but this palm kept taking a long time to land. When he opened his eyes to take a look, he could not help revealing a look of wild ecstasy. Chapter 12:14. Walking into a trap. Chapter 12:14. Walking into a trap profound. Profound wind divine king. Void distance divine king. Lu Xijing never dreamed that these two great divine kings would actually descend at the final juncture and save their ethereal sect. Lu Xijing, you're not bad. Got a bit of gut, said the profound wind divine king. Wang Yifan. Lu Xijing was very forthright and said, Letting me become like them. I'd rather die. All right, leave the few of them to me. The rest, you shouldn't have a problem, right? The void distance divine king, Yixing, opened his mouth and said. Lu Xijing's face turned vicious, and he said, Of course there's no problem. Turning around, Lu Xijing charged into the crowd. Ha ha! Profound wind divine king, void distance divine king. If it were before, we'd really not dare to provoke you guys. But now, what do you guys count for? Qin Tianan walked wantonly. What we count for, you'll know very soon. The void distance divine king's indifferent voice sounded out, his figure suddenly vanish. Plussing. The void distance divine king's comprehension of spatial laws was exceedingly profound. Within a certain radius, he could virtually shuttle through S.P.A.C. as he pleased. Hence, he was known as void distance. From a certain degree, he was very similar to Yi Yuan's greater teleportation art, but just talking about movement technique, he was more powerful than Yi Yuan. When the four great Tans saw this scene, their pupils involuntarily constricted, and they instinctively became vigilant. There's still me. Don't just care about guarding against him. The profound wind divine king smiled faintly, a storm rising out of nowhere. One after another, blade-like gale winds charged towards the four people. The four people were powerful too, each displaying their divine abilities, and actually became entangled in a struggle with the two great divine kings. Even though there were two great divine kings who joined in, the ethereal sect was still hopelessly outnumbered in the end. They had the will to kill the enemy, but their numbers were seriously at a disadvantage. For some time, the casualties were grievous. Right at this time, several hundred figures approached from far away, their speed exceedingly swift, joining the group battle very quickly. These several hundred people, the weakest was also Peak Divine King. After they joined the group battle, Civ change immediately happened to the battle situation. The joining of so many Void Mystic Realm powerhouses, that was an overwhelming force. Unless there were 10 great Divine King Realm powerhouses coming to suppress. Otherwise, it was totally irresolvable. Even though these several hundred people were few, they were like tigers entering a flock of lambs and started sacring wantonly. When the four great families saw this scene, their expressions could not help changing drastically. Who are all these people? When did so many Void Mystic Realm powerhouses actually appear in the Divine Realm? Su Guangyin's face changed as he said, "You guys, look. These people's arms are all tied with a piece of silk ribbon. On it was written the word mystic. It looks like they are from the same sect," said the Fong family's family head. "My G, OD, we actually didn't know that the Divine Realm still had such a terrifying force. They all added up are enough to sweep across any faction." The Chung family's family head shuddered with fear when he saw these Void Mystic powerhouses. One had to know that a super Holy Land's Void Mystic powerhouses were merely 3 to 5. Those with a little more were also merely 9 or 10. The four great families had deep foundations. Each family also had merely 11 or 12 Void Mystic powerhouses. But this mysterious faction before their eyes actually possessed hundreds of Void Mystic powerhouses. This was too much. Brother Su, I feel that we can't watch from a hilltop while the two tigers fight anymore. In my view, these Void Mystic powerhouses are actually all just being commanded like foot soldiers. There are definitely even stronger powerhouses behind them. If we still look on with folded arms, it's hard to guarantee that this mysterious faction won't find trouble with our four great families. The Hu family's family head said, with furrowed brows. Su Guangyin nodded his head and said in a loud voice, "Open the formation. Meet the enemy." The four great families were taken aback by the Mystic Gate's powerhouse's power, and no longer dared to hole up in their turtle immediately charging out. With them joining in, this great battle showed an even more one-sided trend. After all, the four great families' strength foundation was even stronger than a super holy land. It was just that they normally revealed nothing. When Lu Zizheng saw this scene, he could not help smiling coldly and said, "Despicable villains who see which way the wind blows." The four great families are simply the disgrace of the human race. He did not conceal this voice. Everybody heard it. Su Guangyin's expression changed, but he endured it and did not flare up. At this time, the profound Wind Divine King and Void Distance Divine King already thoroughly suppressed the 4T. Tans. The other martial artist battles also became without the slightest meaning because of the addition of the Mystic Gate's powerhouses and the four great families. But right at this moment, a sudden change occurred again. In the horizon, rolling demonic clouds suddenly rushed over here. It was actually the fiend race's Great Army Russ. Plussing over. That surging fiendish energy made people's expression changed when they saw it. A powerful figure tore through the air and arrived, looked at the two great divine kings who were currently in the heat of battle, opened his mouth, and said, "Kill them all for this seat." This figure was none other than precisely Fiend Ji. Oh, Di Jialan. At this time, Fiend Ji, oh, Di Jialan already completely recovered his strength, fiendish energy surging, looking very terrifying. What he brought were also all fiend race powerhouses, each and every one having extraordinary strength. They were actually not the slightest bit weaker compared to those Mystic Gate powerhouses. The physical bodies of fiend race powerhouses were extremely formidable. Moreover, fiendish energy's corrosion toward martial artists was very formidable. Same realm martial artists were completely unable to deal with a fiend race powerhouses. With no choice, those Mystic Gate powerhouses all got into groups of 2 or 3, and they dealt with a fiend together. Seeing this scene, Lu Zizheng, as well as Su Guangyin, these powerhouses' expressions all changed greatly. It turned out that this was the fiend race's true strength. Such a great, powerful army. How should one resist? The originally one-sided situation actually reversed once more because of the addition of this batch of fiend race army. However, what made everyone feel even stifled in their hearts was still the Fiend Ji. Oh, Di Jialan, who was standing in the sky with glinting eyes. His aura was too powerful until it made everyone despair. Ha ha ha, foolish humans, to actually dare oppose my supreme fiend race. This seat will send you all on your way, right here. Jialan suddenly burst out laughing. A terrifying attack was already in the midst of ACCU. Mulating power had not taken action yet, and all of the human powerhouses felt their hearts turn cold. Such a level of existence was totally not what they were capable of withstanding. Boom! Jia Lan's attack was unleashed brazenly, without the slightest hesitation. Once this large area of effect killing skill landed, who knew how many experts would be injured or killed? As for those fiend slaves' deaths, Jialan did not care at all. Ha ha ha, I'll go to H. L. Jialan said with a hideous grin. A terrifying dragon roar suddenly surged to the sky. Coiling dragon heaven-devastating palm. Boom! At the critical moment, Yi Yuan finally rushed over, resolving this certain kill blow. Powerhouses the likes of Fiend Ji, oh, Di Jialan, were not what ordinary people were capable of dealing with. Even if his realm was being suppressed at peak Tier 9, his divine Dao martial techniques were also much stronger compared to ordinary martial artists. Jialan, your opponent is me. Yi Yuan looked at Jialan and said coldly, but Yi Yuan's sudden appearance did not move Jialan in the slightest. He looked at Yi Yuan with a smile that was not a smile and said, "Ha, boy, you grew up really quickly. I still remember when I just saw you, you were merely a heaven enlightenment realm rookie. Now, your strength can actually contend head-on with this seat already. However, about your walking into a trap, this seat still welcomes it very much." Ha ha ha. Jialan laughed quite wildly, not putting Yi Yuan in his sights at all. Right at this moment, 2 more figures appeared out of the blue. The auras on them were actually not the least bit beneath Jialan's. Chapter 12:15, Mystic Gate's Fangs. Chapter 12:15, Mystic Gate's Fangs. Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan, did you think that us getting into a fight, the goal was really these people, this sort of trash? Our objective from the very beginning was you, Fiend Ji. Oh, Di Jialan chortled with laughter. Regarding Yi Yuan falling into a heavy encirclement, he was incomparably delighted in his heart. He had suffered several major losses consecutively at Yi Yuan's hands and had long hated Yi Yuan to the bones. Wisconsin H. Plussing that he could flay and swallow him alive. This time, the opportunity finally came. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he said, "Turns out that the dogs under Kanwa are far from just you alone." The smile on Jialan's face abruptly disappeared, and he said furiously, "That mouth of yours, this seat will definitely tear it into pieces. There are a total of 6 great Fiend Ji. Oh, DS under the two lords. This time, all of them moved out for the sake of you. Brat, there's no escape from your doom this time. Far away, another three figures appeared. Those three Fiendji. Oh, DS just watched from far away like this, and did not seem to have the intention of coming forward to help. Yi Yuan's eyes raised slightly, and he said, "Looks like you Ji, that old, which joined hands with Kano." This discovery made Yi Yuan rather surprised. He already guessed previously that the reason why Yu Ji would recover her strength alone at the Moonhowl sect was likely because she was at odds with Kanoa. He did not expect that they actually joined forces now. It was just that Yu Ji being seriously injured by him, it was likely not that easy to recover in a short while. Rather, these six great Fiendji, DS actually all fell under Kanoa's command. In order to deal with him, Kanoa actually sent all six great Fiendji. DS out. It was truly a big move. Brat, come to a realization. Today, even the Jade Emperor can't save you. Jia Lan said, with a hideous grin. Jia Lan, talking nonsense with him for what? Just kill him straight away. Seriously, dealing with a brat who isn't even at peak Divine King actually needed all six of us to move out. Another Fiendji. D said impatiently. Jia, D, you shut your mouth for this seat. Don't you forget. This battle, you all have to listen to this seat's dispatchment. This brat's strength isn't as simple as on the surface. If you underestimate him, you'll suffer a huge loss. Jialan said, the matter of Yu Ji almost being killed did not transmit internally within the fiend race. The heavenly Fiendji, DS were invincible existences in the eyes of the fiends. This kind of disgraceful thing, it was naturally impossible to announce it externally. Therefore, Jia Di and these Fiendji, DS were unaware of Yu Ji's matters. They had also exited seclusion not long and did not know of Yi Yuan's terror. In their view, how could an initial stage Divine King human be worthy of taking so seriously? Jialan, you were suppressed for too long and really became timid as a mouse. This brat, this seat can smack to death with one slap. That punk actually mobilized everyone and summoned all of us here. Jia Di said disdainfully. Jia Di's ATTI. Tude, also thoroughly enraged Jialan. He gave a cold laugh and said, all right then, all of us don't take action. I want to see how you'll slap him to death with one slap. Just you watch. Jia Di was very disdainful and struck an indifferent claw out. Cold, piercing, fiendish energy became an enormous black claw grabbing towards Yi Yuan. The seemingly careless claw was downright powerful. Yi Yuan felt like the entire SPAC seemed to be locked, unable to move a muscle at all. When Jialan saw this scene, a hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of his mouth. Actually, it was not just Jia Di. The other people were similarly very disdainful toward Yi Yuan. It was just that they did not express it. Not letting them experience Yi Yuan's strength, they did not know how terrifying Yi Yuan was. Yi Yuan's current strength, he more or less knew a little. It absolutely could not be underestimated. Except to the current Yi Yuan, this bit of means was considered nothing at all. His body shook slightly and shook off this restraint. At the same time, coiling dragon heaven devastating palm emerged with a mad roar. This palm astounded the whole world. What a terrific heavens surmounting Divine King. This palm is too terrifying. No wonder he can rank as the fourth Divine King. This strength is simply staggering. With the heaven surmounting Divine King, we're saved. The ethereal sects, powerhouses, immediately had a great boost in confidence when they saw this unbelievably powerful palm. And right as Yi Yuan made his move, the faces of the six great Fiendji, DS, including Jialan, changed at the same time. Jia Di's expression changed even more dramatically, but it was already too late to want to change moves. Dragon roars lingered incessantly on the ears. It was only to hear a ma, es boom. Jiadi's body was directly struck, flying out far away. But Yi Yuan did not move in the slightest. These Fiend DS had their realms suppressed by heavenly Tao. Even though they comprehended divine Tao laws, their strengths were actually not powerful to the extent where they were undefeatable. Their strength was at the very most more or less on par with the 10 great divine kings, top 5. As for whose strength was a magnitude greater, it would have to depend on their respective means. Jia Di harbored a contemptuous heart. This claw did not use full strength in the end. How could he be Yi Yuan's match? Yi Yuan did not have the intention of being courteous. This palm landing, it directly dissipated quite a bit of Jiadi's fiendish energy, making his aura very faint all of a sudden. With this, how could those few Fiend DS still dare to belittle Yi Yuan? Each and every one of them had solemn expressions, akin to facing a great enemy. Weren't you slapping people to death? Why were you almost smacked to death by him? Grow some brain cells before talking big. If the Son of Heaven's mandate was so easy to deal with, how could we have been suppressed for as long as 1,000,000 years? Idiot! Jia Lan found a chance and scolded Jia Di by enumerating his wrongdoings fervently. Jia Di's expression flickered incessantly, wanting to refute, but could not find an excuse. He bragged to the heavens earlier, but did not expect that the strength of this young man who was only initial stage divine king realm was actually so powerful. Jia Di could only give a cold snort and stopped speaking. All right, the 3 of us attack together. The 3 of you cheer us on by the side. Jia Lan instructed. Yi Yuan smiled and said, cheering on? Who told you guys that I came by myself? Kanua is also looking down on the human race too much. Is this really bullying that my race is in? Oh, body? While talking and laughing, 3 figures tore through the air and arrived. It was precisely the Spirit Bristle Divine King, the Soul Martial Divine King, as well as Long Min. These 3 great powerhouses were all divine king powerhouses who comprehended divine Tao laws. Their strength absolutely did not lose to these Fiend DS. Placed in the divine Tao era, these 3 people were bound to be deity realm powerhouses. Seeing this scene, Jia Lan's expression changed drastically. He did not think that Yi Yuan actually still had such powerful companions. The existence of the Mystic Gate was extremely secretive even in the entire divine realm. Apart from these divine king themselves, and body knew it all. Today, the Mystic Gate finally revealed its fangs to the fiend race. You all are wary of this young master's voice of the Dragon G. So that's why you don't dare to let them attack together, right? It's just that, dealing with the 3 of you, why would I need the voice of the Dragon G? Yi Yuan laughed coldly. The evil extermination divine sword attacked fiercely. Russ. Plussing towards Jialan Trio. Spirit Bristle Trio also did not say anything, immediately fighting together with the other 3 great Fiend DS. Yi Yuan fought 1-on-3. 2 great divine Tao laws intertwining, shuttled back and forth between the 3 great Fiend DS, and actually did not fall into a disadvantage in the slightest. The more Jia Lan fought, the more alarmed he got. He originally thought that he had cornered Yi Yuan, but did not expect that Yi Yuan's strength was actually formidable to such a degree. Chapter 12:16. Nothing more than this. Chapter 12:16. Nothing more than this evil extermination sword and cleansing sandal sacred flame were both the nemesis of the fiend race. 3 great Fiend DS surrounding and attacking Yi Yuan were like dealing with a porcupine. There was nowhere to get started. Fighting 3-on-1. No doubt it was hard for Yi Yuan to hurt them, but they could not do the slightest thing to Yi Yuan as well. The other side, in contrast, Spirit, Bristle, the three of them, were actually somewhat laboring to deal with the Fiend Ji. Oh, DS! The six great Fiend Ji. Oh, DS were former deity realm powerhouses. In the end, even though their cultivation realms were suppressed, it was still a notch above Spirit, Bristle, they all. Except Yi Yuan's restraining was too terrifying. Regardless of whether it was the evil extermination divine sword or cleansing sandal sacred flame, those were both deadly existences. Once they really got hit, even if they were Fiend Ji, oh, DS, they would also have to lose a layer of skin, even if they did not die. The Fiend race was exceedingly difficult to kill, but it was not that they were unkillable. Especially encountering someone like Yi Yuan, it was truly incomparably tricky. The heaven-surmounting Divine King is so powerful to actually be able to battle three great Fiend Ji. Oh, DS alone. No wonder he could get this Tli. His strength is probably not beneath the heaven-stabilizing Divine King already, right? Yeah, you look at the Spirit, Bristle Divine King, they all, being suppressed firmly by the other three great Fiend Ji. Oh, DS. At this rate, they will be defeated sooner or later. Back then, the outside world still had many suspicions about the heaven-surmounting Divine King. But I did not expect that the one who came forward at the final juncture to save us was actually him. Time will reveal a man's heart. The holy city is hailed as the divine realm's hegemon. But I didn't expect that when the fiend calamity erupted, they actually did not have any activities at all. Truly disappointing to the max. Rather, the heaven-surmounting Divine King and Spirit Bristle Divine King, they all came forward without hesitation. Oh, right, I'd forgotten if you didn't mention it. The fiend calamity erupted. The 8 great super holy lands were virtually completely annihilated. Only the holy city didn't have movements so far. Could it be? The feelings of the SES manifested very quickly in front of this kind of race extermination crisis. Yi Yuan used his actions and won everyone's respect. Furthermore, the holy city's strange behavior also aroused a lot of suspicions. The fiend calamity erupted, but did not attack the holy city. Why was that? It was like some kind of tacit agreement was reached between the holy city and fiend race, each staying clear out of the other's lane. Don't dawdle with him anymore. Use the Starburst Grand Art and directly blot him out. Jialon suddenly spoke up. Okay. Jia D and the other Fiend Ji. Oh, DS were also alarmed by Yi Yuan's strength and agreed without the slightest hesitation. The fiendish energy on the three people's bodies heaved in and out. Limitless fiendish energy instantly enveloped Yi Yuan inside. The three of them fired out spells in midair endlessly, forming an enormous several human-sized black ball in midair. And Yi Yuan was directly engulfed by that black ball. This boundless fiendish energy was displayed by 3 great Fiend Ji. Oh, DS joining hands. The power could be imagined, following the fiendish energy injected by the 3 people becoming more and more. The energy undulations that surfaced inside this black ball became increasingly alarming. When the ethereal sex disciples saw this scene, all of them were jittery with fear and could not help worrying for Yi Yuan. One could imagine how much danger Yi Yuan, who was currently sealed inside the black ball, was in. Not good. This surge of energy undulation is too horrifying. The heaven-surmounting Divine King is in danger. When Lu Zixing saw this scene, his face could not help turning white as a sheet. At this time, they already completely could not sense Yi Yuan's aura, and totally did not know what situation Yi Yuan inside the black ball was in. But he was completely powerless to do anything. With his strength, he would be one-shot by the Fiend Ji. Oh, DS before even going close. Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan, if you can withstand this blow, this seat will kneel down and lick your shoes. Go to Hell. Explode for me. Jialon said ferociously. Under his word of command, the three great Fiendji DS cast spells at the same time. Poo, poo, poo. A series of exploding sounds came from inside the black ball. This sound was unusually dull, making people feel extremely uncomfortable when it transmitted out. It was as if their chest was struck by a sledgehammer. That black ball, under the impact of the energy, internally actually kept bulging nonstop, then returning to its original shape. It could be seen how great the energy undulations inside the black ball were. It's over now. These Fiendji DS are too powerful. Their methods are simply inconceivable. Could the heaven-surmounting divine king have these fiends that call themselves Fiendji DS are likely deity realm powerhouses in the past. It's still hard for the heaven-surmounting divine king to beat four hands with two fists. Our greatest reliance is the heaven-surmounting divine king. If anything happens to him, we'll all have to die here today. Sensing the terrifying undulation coming out of the black ball, the human martial artists were all ashen pale, revealing looks of despair once more. Such horrifying energy detonating inside such a small spac, even the Fiendji DS themselves would probably be blasted to flying ash too, right? Die. What son of heaven's mandate? Don't you still have to die in this seat's hands? Explode, explode, explode. Blast him to death for this seat. Jiadi's face was also incomparably excited. He was face-slapped by Yi Yuan just now, and likewise hated Yi Yuan immensely. Now, even though it was borrowing two other people's strength, he killed Yi Yuan in the end. This made him feel incomparably liberated. The explosions inside the black ball lasted for a full 100 breaths of time. No matter what kind of powerhouse was inside, such a powerful starburst, it could also turn them to dust. Of course, this was still primarily because the three people's fiendish energy was already unable to continue. In order to exterminate Yi Yuan, they virtually spared no effort. To be able to exhaust three great Fiendji DS fiendish energy completely, it could be seen how terrifying the explosions inside the black ball were. The three great Fiendji DS stopped casting the spell. Each and every one of them was pale, turning white as a sheet, gasping heavily for air. They actually felt a sense of enervation. Gradually, the black ball finally dissipated. The scenery inside was also displayed before everyone's eyes. The human powerhouses did not even dare to look over at this side. They did not wish to have a blow dealt by the result of despair. Quickly look. Suddenly, someone cried out in surprise. The scene before their eyes astounded everyone. There were even quite a few fiend race and human martial artists who stopped fighting, looking over in that direction in disbelief, each and everyone transfixed like wooden chickens. The three great Fiendji DSI nearly popped out. Jialon felt that this world was too preposterous. Jia felt like something must be wrong with his eyes. Yi Yuan actually did not even lose a hair. He stood there perfectly well and never even moved before. What kind of joke is this? The Starburst Grand Art is a divine Tao martial technique. Back then, Lord Fiendji killed Ji. D knows how many human deity realm powerhouses with this move. This Yi Yuan is actually completely fine. A fiend race powerhouse was motionless as a wooden chicken, staring at this scene in disbelief. His opponent, a human powerhouse, saw him in a daze and quietly ACCU mulat power and abruptly slashed a blade over. Blade landing, the person dead. A cloud of black gas flew out of the fleshy body and cried out weirdly, You're despicable. The human powerhouse laughed and said, Who asked you to be in a daze? What Lord Fiendji? I think it's better to change it to Lord Fiend Chicken. The few of them aren't even fit to carry shoes for our heaven-surmounting divine king. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How can you possibly be completely fine? Jialan's expression turned deathly pale as he said in disbelief. Yi Yuan shot him a mocking glance and said coolly, "Is this the strength of Yu Ji? Oh, DS? Seems like it's nothing more than this." Chapter 12:17, Mystic Gate Coming into Being. Chapter 12:17, Mystic Gate Coming into Being. Yi Yuan being safe and sound made the human martial artists feel greatly encouraged. This was simply something that one did not dare to imagine. Such a horrifying attack. And Yi Yuan's body actually did not even have a scratch. How in the world did you do it? The three of us casting the Starburst Grand Art, even if your fleshly body reached peak tier 9, it can also blast you into minced meat. You're actually completely fine. Jialan said in disbelief. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Of course not. In order to withstand your lousy attack, I did indeed expend quite a bit of essence, energy, and physical strength. Now, I'm incredibly weak." Everyone focused their eyes and looked. Sure enough, they discovered that Yi Yuan's essence energy was somewhat chaotic. It was just that the impact of the scene of him being perfectly unscathed was too great. Hence, it made everyone overlook this fact. But so what? Forcefully withstanding such an attack from three great Fiend DS by himself, and actually did not even lose a strand of hair. Such means was simply unthinkable. The expression on Jialan's face was fascinating to the extreme. Yi Yuan's words were seriously damaging. Impossible. The three of us casting the Starburst Grand Art together. Absolutely no one under Deity realm can block it. Jia Di felt that this scene before his eyes was too unreal. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Looks like you all seem to be very interested. Let you all take a look then." Done talking, a layer of earth yellow light halo surfaced on Yi Yuan's body. Jialan's expression changed, and he cried out in shock, "Black tortoise treasure body divine art." Without waiting for him to have his fill of shock yet, sword intent suddenly surged on Yi Yuan's body. Domain of sword. It was just that this time, Yi Yuan's domain of sword was different from in the past. His domain of sword was a full 100 feet wide. His sword intent broke through. However, Jialan's astonishment had yet to ease up when Yi Yuan's domain of sword suddenly withdrew, condensing to just an area of 10 feet. Jialan's ALLS almost popped out as he exclaimed in shock. Condensing sword intent. Is this boy really a Dao profound martial artist? Jialan felt that his worldview was almost crumbling. How could a Dao profound realm martial artist possibly comprehend divine Dao laws so casually? Condensing sword intent was not some incredible divine Dao law. It was just a flexibility exercise for sword domains. But even so, it was also not what a Dao profound realm martial artist could casually comprehend. Grasping this divine ability, it signified that Yi Yuan's control over sword intent reached a new level. Concentrating a 100-foot area sword intent to a circumference of 10 feet could make this region of sword intent become even more solid. Regardless of whether it was defensive power or offensive power, it would all increase greatly. Yi Yuan's black tortoise treasure body divine art had already cultivated to the 9th level too. Even though it did not reach as freakish as divine Dao laws, the defensive power was also extremely shocking. With Yi Yuan's current defensive power, even if Yi Yuan stood there, peak void mystic powerhouses could not breach his defenses either. These two superimposing together, the defensive power could simply be rated as perverse. Hence, even though the three great Fiend DS used their utmost strength, they were still unable to break through Yi Yuan's defenses. Of course, Although this kind of defense was powerful, Yi Yuan's consumption was very large too. Yi Yuan's current state was very poor as well. Consumptions of essence energy and physical strength were very huge, especially essence energy. The majority of the impact was withstood by his domain of sword. When the power really transmitted to Yi Yuan's fleshy body, it was only a very small portion. But his current imposing momentum thoroughly overshadowed the three great Finji. "Oh, DS!" Jia Lan's expression changed, and he yelled, "Withdraw!" Finished talking, Jia Lan was the first to turn into an arc of flowing light, flying over towards the horizon. How could the other few great Finji? "Oh, DS dare to stay?" They similarly abandoned their opponents and fled at a splitting pace. When Yi Yuan saw the situation, he could not help sneering coldly, and said, "Since you came, how can you not leave behind a bit of a memento?" The six great Finji, "Oh," DS fled swiftly, but one of them was evidently much slower in speed. It was Jia Di. He was struck by Yi Yuan's coiling dragon, heaven-devastating palm previously and suffered some injuries in the first place. Coupled with casting the Starburst Grand Art, exhausting his fiendish energy completely, his present state was the worst among the six great Finji. "Oh, DS!" The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly, and his figure immediately vanished from where he was. Art of greater teleportation. The next instant, Yi Yuan already appeared in the place 1,000 feet away from Jia Di. "Roar!" Voice of the Dragon Ji. "Oh, Di." Jia Di's figure was akin to being struck by lightning, forcefully being affixed in the air. Bang! Jia Di's physical body was shocked into meat paste in virtually a blink of an eye. That extremely hard to tangle with physical body did not have the slightest chance to escape under the voice of the Dragon Ji. "Oh, Di, arc." A miserable cry came over. Jia Di only persevered for a breath of time, and was shocked until his soul dissipated. This Jia Di's fiendish energy was exhausted completely to begin with, and was incomparably frail. How could he withstand the impact of the voice of the Dragon Ji? "Oh, Di." One roar, and the fiend Ji. Oh, Di was dead. Even though that consumption previously was rather huge, just one breath of time, he could still barely manage to support it. The current Yi Yuan stood in the air, akin to a battle Ji. Oh, Di descending upon the world, scaring the other five great fiend Ji. Oh, DS, until they were overwhelmed by terror. How could they still dare to remain? Each and every one urged fiendish energy to the limits and fled without even turning their heads back. Once the fiend Ji, oh, DS left, those fiends and fiend slaves became even more overwhelmed. The human powerhouses morale soared, and they directly pounced over. The fiend race fought while beating a retreat, returning in great defeat. Ha ha ha, we won! Long live the heaven-surmounting divine king. The heaven-surmounting divine king is mighty. This battle was a complete victory. By slaying a fiend Ji, oh, Di, Yi Yuan was already viewed by them as a Ji. Oh, Di-like existence. The human martial artists were all incomparably excited, looking at the Yi Yuan in the sky. Their faces were full of wars. I+P. From being besieged on all sides to gaining a complete victory, the ethereal sex battle was fought to one's heart's content. This kind of refres, I+ing feeling practically made every pore of theirs open up and relax. But the faces of Su Guangyin and the four great family's powerhouses were not too good. The heaven-surmounting divine king was clearly targeting the fiend race, but they actually refused to help the ethereal sect previously. If the heaven-surmounting divine king squared the accounts after the harvest, they would find themselves in serious trouble after a bout of celebration. Yi Yuan slowly opened his mouth and said, "The fiend race's might, I believe that you all have already felt it profoundly. Everyone all secretly nodded their heads. After the excitement, each and every one of them also had lingering fear in their hearts when they recalled the fiend race's might. Although this battle was won, it was a Pyrrhic victory too. Putting aside the fiend race martial artists, just those fiend slaves, their strengths were already much stronger compared to them before. While the fiend race martial artist strengths were even more terrifyingly powerful. In the same realm, fighting one-on-two was no problem at all. Furthermore, they also discovered that the fiend race was very difficult to be killed. Such an opponent seriously made people despair. Today, if not for the heaven-surmounting divine king battling the three great fiendji, DS, forget about the ethereal sect. Even the four great families would probably be utterly exterminated too. Yi Yuan swept a glance over everyone and spoke up again. He said, "The human race has already reached the point of life and death. Sectarian bias will only hasten our destruction. Starting from today, my mystic gate will come into being and resist the fiend race. My mystic gate welcomes any human martial artist in the divine realm to join. When the fiend race is quelled and wiped out, the mystic gate will immediately disband." Chapter 12:18. Heading for Jyotsfall Mountain Range. Chapter 12:18. Heading for Jyotsfall Mountain Range. Mountains and rivers shattered, sects collapsed. How many living creatures turned to ashes? When all the human martial artists were at feeling the most hesitant and lost, the appearance of the Mystic Gate was like raising up a flag banner, letting people find the way. The fiend race wreaked havoc. The human territories virtually had no place for them to shelter themselves. Already, the fiend race was too powerful. Putting aside their formidable strength, they could even turn human martial artists into fiend slaves. The more they fought, the more there were, just like a plague. Did you guys hear? The heaven-surmounting divine king formed an organization called Mystic Gate, which specializes in dealing with the fiend race. I'm going to seek refuge with the Mystic Gate right now. The holy city, that bunch of guys, is simply Traz. Plus they normally make use of the Alchemist Association and ACCU mulate wealth greedily without restraint. Now that the human race is in danger, they don't even let out a fart. What a disappointment. The heaven-surmounting divine king is the hero in troubled times. I heard that the ethereal sect battle, he resisted three great fiendji. DS by himself. Not only was he completely unscathed, he even slew a fiendji. Truly too powerful. Fiendji. DS are former deity realm powerhouses. I heard that they were totally unkillable. Even the divine Tao era's major powers could only suppress them. But the heaven-surmounting divine king actually cut down a fiendji. His strength is simply unimaginable. With the ethereal sect battle, Yi Yuan's reputation spread among the human race powerhouses very quickly. Following the fiend calamity's eruption, they already gradually realized that this was a race extermination crisis. The fiend race's aggressiveness was too strong, virtually unable to eradicate them totally. After all, people who were able to be like Yi Yuan, directly killing the fiend race, were not many. For some time, countless human powerhouses flocked towards the demon region, one after another. At this time, inside the Dragon Clan, many powerhouses were gathered together. Your Excellency, the Four Symbols family clans already each hewed out some areas to use to help settle down the human race martial artists. However, some martial artists are not that compliant with the rules. Incidents of creating a disturbance happen time and again. The one currently reporting to Yi Yuan about the settlement situation of the human martial artists was precisely the Chao Yunji, who had a hand cut off by Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan also did not think that this Chao Yunji was a skilled manager. He arranged an elder position for Chao Yunji. His status in the Mystic Gate was second only to the various major mystic lords. This arrangement made Chao Yunji extremely excited. Chao Yunji, this person, had a great desire for fame and wealth. Yi Yuan gave him a lot of authority as well. This made him extremely satisfied, settling down all sorts of bad characters every day for all that he was worth. Of course, settling down was just the first step. More importantly was still management. The Divine Realm's martial artists numbered more than billions. Even though the ones that flooded in were just a very small portion of it, the number was also extremely massive. Among them, the majority of the people were all itinerant cultivators and were even stubborn and unruly. How to make these people wait obediently was a major academic question in itself. Chao Yunji racked his brains every day, running back and forth between these settlement locations, but also enjoyed it without feeling tired. Hearing Chao Yunji's report, Yi Yuan said coolly, "Use severe punishment in troubled times, don't need to be courteous with them. Those who cause trouble must be severely punished. One person causes trouble, punish one person. One family clan caused trouble, expel the family clan out of the demon region. About this, you don't need me to teach you, right? Rather, how's the completion of the army's recruitment going?" Chao Yunji revealed a troubled look and said, "Replying, Your Excellency, right now, according to Your Excellency's method of drawing 1 in every 10, we've already recruited the first batch of our army. Right now, these people are already thrown into training. Before long, they will be able to go into battle and kill the enemy." Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "And pretty well done. With the war starting, there's also not much time to train anymore. My requirement for them isn't high either. As long as they can defend the demon region, it's enough. This human fiend war ultimately still has to fall on the 2 great heavenly fiendji. ODS. If they don't die, the war will never be able to end. The martial artist world's wars were forever that pinnacle great battle. The rest were merely fish in the moat caught in the crossfire. Only the victor between Kanhua and Yi Yuan could win the final victory of this war. Ha! Big brother, you fought 3 great fiendji. Oh, DS alone. This battle was truly uplifting. At present, the White Tiger Clan has already merged into one with the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan and became one family. Our demon region has already banded together into one rope. As long as you, big brother, have any instructions, my White Tiger Clan will forge ahead unflinchingly even if we have to go through fire and water." These few days that Yi Yuan was not around, White Light already grew to become a true powerhouse. He practically used his strength alone and united the White Tiger Clan. The present White Light's strength was already comparable to the 10 great divine kings. His strength was very terrifying. Yi Yuan, if the Heaven's Secret Tower redo the rankings now, you'd probably already be the well-deserved #1 divine king. Even Zhuge Qingxian likely can't match up to you as well. Tingyun said with a laugh. Witnessing Yi Yuan's freakish defensive power on that day, Tingyun was already utterly convinced. That kind of attack, he touched his heart and was certain that he absolutely could not withstand it either. And if letting him unleash an attack, although his 9 sun-burning heaven was powerful, it did not reach the 3 great fiendji. Oh, DS level either. If one could not breach Yi Yuan's defenses, everything was in vain. Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "Zhuge Qingxian is merely a clown jumping around. This young master has never placed him in my sights. What I'm truly worried about is still Kanhua and Yuji. Brother Tung, with that battle that day, the fiend race should restrain themselves a little now. Tomorrow, I plan on setting off for the G.O. Falls mountain range. The matters of the mystic gate will be entrusted to you. Are you really going? Ting Yun could not help choking up when he heard that. He did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually setting off so soon. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Kanwa M.U.F. fling the war drums and lowering the banners, he must be preparing for his final breakthrough. Once he fully recovers to strength rivaling origin deity realm, none of us will be his match. The present divine realm doesn't have a staggering major power like senior absolute heaven anymore. Hence, ordinary methods cannot possibly salvage the human race's losing trend at all. Cultivating by following standard routine is just sitting and waiting for death. Tungyun also heaved a sigh when he heard and said, the Dzfal mountain range is too perilous. That Kunwa divine wood is even harder to deal with. This trip of yours, you need to take good care of yourself. You're the human race's only hope. Even if it's for the human race, nothing must happen to you too. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, Isn't it said that I'm the son of heaven's mandate? How can I die so easily? Brother Tung, rest assured. Maybe when I return, I'll become the divine realm's first deity realm powerhouse in 100,000 years. Yi Yuan was laughing, but the rest could not laugh. It was indeed very difficult for them to face the fiend race's attack, but the danger that Yi Yuan was facing was 100 times greater than theirs. The divine realm's powerhouses, even if it was heaven stabilizing and spirit bristle, this kind of powerhouses did not dare to venture too deep into the Dzfal mountain range either. But Yi Yuan had to enter into the depths of the Dzfal mountain range in order to search for the Kunwa divine would this time. It was said that that place, even if deity realm powerhouses entered, it was almost certain death too. This departure, good or ill luck, was hard to predict. Furthermore, even if he really found the Kunwa divine, could he really break through to the deity realm? With heavenly Tao being missing presently, who dared to utter such big talk? I'll accompany you and go together, big brother, White Light said, without any hesitation. Yi Yuan laughed and said, Ha, you're my good brother. Chapter 12:19. Fake Goods. Chapter 12:19. Fake Goods. The Dzfal mountain range was vast beyond hundreds of millions of miles. It was at the extreme southern land of the divine realm. And, Body knew where its end lay, because no one could fly over the Dzfal's mountain range. Deity realm powerhouses could not as well. According to the legends of the divine realm, it was unknown how many deity realm powerhouses had fallen before in the Dzfal mountain range. There had once been a deity realm powerhouse who attempted to forcefully fly through, but the further he flew, the more unstable the SPAC was. A moment of carelessness, and it was hard for deity realm powerhouses to survive too. But it seemed like in the divine Tao era, even if those deity realm powerhouses knew that this place was incomparably dangerous, they still swarmed over to this place like a flock of ducks. Even if they were buried here, they would not flinch either. Why they did this had long already become a mystery. In the course of time, this place was termed Dzfal mountain range. But to the present divine realm's powerhouses, the Dzfal mountain range was a treasure land. Although this place was dangerous, it also contained countless opportunities. In the stream of people, for figures were moving slowly. These four people were precisely the Yi Yuan, White Light, Luer, as well as Yumengli, who came from afar. Coming to the Dzfal mountain range this time, Yi Yuan's party made considerable changes to their appearances and also took essence-sealing pills, suppressing their realms to the boundary of 7th to 8th level Tao profound. There was no guarantee that there would not be fiend race spies at the Dzfal mountain range. If they became aware of it, it would be no small danger to them. Dealing with 3 Fiend G, oh, DS, Yi Yuan could still cope with it. But if 5 attacked together, the result would be hard to say. Big brother, why are there so many people at this G? Oh, it's Fall Mountain Ranges in trance. White Light wondered. The fiend calamity erupted. Apart from the Mystic Gate, probably only the G. Oh, its Fall Mountain Range is the safest. But those who dare to come here more or less have some strength too, Yi Yuan said. Coming to the G. Oh, its Fall Mountain Range to take refuge. Are these people crazy? Before waiting for the fiend calamity to pass, they would probably all have to die here. White Light said, them coming here is nothing more than seizing that feeble ray of hope, wanting to obtain a supreme inheritance here, and possess the strength to protect themselves. Yi Yuan said coolly, the fiend calamity erupting, all of them are thinking of escaping. They would rather face near-certain death here to seek out lucky chances than be willing to face the fiend race head-on. Truly lamentable. Even if these people obtained supreme inheritances, would they really be like you and Senior Fong Tian fighting for the human race? White Light said disdainfully. Yi Yuan also heaved a sigh and said, leave everything up to fate. Perhaps among these people, there would really be somebody who can obtain a heaven-defying legacy and break through the shackles. Heaven will always leave a door open. If I can't do it, I also hope that others can come forward. Honestly speaking, Yi Yuan also had no assurance in his heart whether he could succeed or not, putting aside whether or not he could find the Kunwa Divine. Even if he really found it, he was not confident enough that the Tao-defying pill was truly able to traverse while defying Tao. Yi Yuan did not have any assurance at all. Quickly go over and take a look. I heard that the heaven-surmounting Divine King also came to the G. Oh, it's Fall Mountain Range. What? Heaven-surmounting Divine King. He's a great hero of the human race. Isn't he currently resisting the fiend race at the demon region? Right now? How could he appear here? I heard that he wanted to come here to look for an opportunity to break through and fight against the fiend race. Then what are we still waiting for? Hurry and go take a look. The 4 people were currently walking through the mountain path when they suddenly heard a group of people currently discussing animatedly. Hearing these remarks, the other 3 people all used strange expressions to look at Yi Yuan. The heaven-surmounting Divine King really came. But looking at those few people's attitudes, they were clearly not here for Yi Yuan. Could it be that there was a second heaven-surmounting Divine King? Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, looking at me for what? Wouldn't we know if we go over and take a look? White Light laughed and said, haha, of course, we have to go and take a look. I want to see just what kind of character this heaven-surmounting Divine King is. At this time, a 7th-level Tao profound martial artist coincidentally walked past them. Hearing White Light's burst of laughter, he could not help saying puzzledly, you all never even heard of the heaven-surmounting Divine King? Truly too out of touch with the outside world and ignorant of the state of affairs. Right now, the fiend race is wreaking havoc, and the 6 great fiend deep powerhouses are glaring like ravening tigers. That day, the ethereal sect battle. The ethereal sect originally already lost all hope, but the heaven-surmounting Divine King suddenly descended from the sky. A dragon roar reverberated throughout heaven and earth, directly shocking one of the 6 great fiend DS to death. While the other 5 were seriously injured and fled, this martial artist spoke eloquently and unceasingly, narrating Yi Yuan's valiant achievements, making Yi Yuan click his tongue in wonder too. From this guy's mouth, he was simply deified already. Yu Mingli and Luer both covered their mouths and laughed, laughing until Yi Yuan's face turned somewhat red. But That person was overflowing with enthusiasm, as he explained at one side. He was also embarrassed, said to chase the person away, and could only thicken his face and resign himself to it. Not far ahead was a piece of empty lot. At this time, a large group of people already crowded around on the empty SPAC. In the middle, a white-clothed youth had an imposing aura, valiant and heroic in bearing, with somewhat the air of an expert. A man and a woman even stood beside the youth. The male was equally young, and the woman was also quite attractive. Lord Yi Yuan, can you tell us about the situation of the ethereal sect battle? We've already admired your demeanor for a long time. A martial artist said with a captivated look. That white-clothed youth smiled faintly and said, "Of course. This young master knows that there are rumors in the outside world right now. Actually, those 6 great fiend DS were merely SO. Back then, this young master's heaven-shattering dragon roar. One move shocked them until they wet their pants in terror. The white-clothed youth was very eloquent, describing the ethereal sect battle with a lively description, as if he really experienced it personally. The crowd on the sidelines had looks of admiration when they heard. A series of praises and gasps lingered on incessantly. The heaven-surmounting divine king is truly our human race's hero. The heaven-surmounting divine king is mighty. Oh, right, Lord Yi Yuan, since those fiend DS were so frail to not even be able to withstand a single blow, why didn't you eradicate them straight away and still come to this Fall mountain range to train? Someone suddenly asked. Fake Yi Yuan smiled and said coolly, "What do you guys know? The fiend race's strongest isn't just the fiend DS. They are merely small fries. The powerhouse behind them is this fiend Calamity's true instigator. This young master's strength is still some distance away from him. Hence, that's why I came to the Fall mountain range to train, to find an opportunity to break through before I can lead the human race to slaughter back." When Yi Yuan 4 people heard his words, they could not help clicking their tongues in wonder too. There were even stronger existences behind the fiend DS. However, this point, barely anyone knew about this in the divine realm. This fake Yi Yuan actually knew about such things. Yi Yuan was currently watching avidly when he suddenly noticed that Luer, who was by the side, was rather sullen and could not help asking curiously, "What's wrong, Luer? Who bullied you?" Luer pursed her lips and said with an unhappy look, "Young master, you look at that one beside him. That must be white light. Also, that woman, it must be elder sister Li'er." Yi Yuan was stunned and did not quite understand it. Rather, it was Li'er who covered her mouth and laughed. Moving beside Yi Yuan's ear, she said softly, "Younger sister Luer is angry. Since they were already impersonating, why was it missing her?" Only when Yi Yuan heard it did he come to a sudden realization. He could not help laughing as he said, "Ho, in the future, no matter where I go, I'll bring along my Luer. This way, they will know that there's a beautiful and lovely Luer beside young master, all right?" Luer was overjoyed the moment she heard and said, "You were the one who said it, young master." Right at this time, a middle-aged man suddenly dashed out. Pointing at Yi Yuan, he said with a cold sneer, "Ha! You say that you're the heaven-surmounting divine king. Means you're the heaven-surmounting divine king? What kind of strength does the heaven-surmounting divine king possess? Why would he mingle together with us? These people, in my view, you're a fake heaven-surmounting divine king." Chapter 12:20. ACC.U. Mulating wealth via dishonest means. Chapter 12:20. ACC.U. Mulating wealth via dishonest means this middle-aged man's actions made everyone jump in fright. Up until now, there were people who doubted fake Yi Yuan Zeitend. 1. Tie before. but no one really dared to come forward to provoke. After all, Yi Yuan's current prestige was unparalleled. Such provocation. A single misstep would incur a fatal disaster for oneself. Everyone all looked toward this, Yi Yuan, wanting to see how he would respond. Who knew that Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "Everybody knows that this young master's strongest martial technique is the heaven-shattering dragon roar. But once this move is unleashed, probably no one on the scene can survive. This brother, if you don't believe this young master Zidant, 1. Just feel free to unleash a move at this young master. This young master absolutely won't retaliate. No matter what, this calm composure made quite a few people accept his Zidant. 1. Already. This was the demeanor that an expert should have. Bragging got to have a limit too. Not fighting back. I want to see how much capability you have." The middle-aged martial artist gave a cold laugh. A saber suddenly slashed out, its impetus exceedingly shocking. Seeing this move, everyone's expressions immediately changed greatly. If this blade's power really cleaved down, even a void mystic powerhouse would be split into two with one blow as well. However, a scene that made people even more astonished occurred. When this blade reached 20 feet away from his body, it was no longer able to advance an inch further, as so strong. There was a series of exclamations, all being stunned by this scene. But when White Light saw this scene, he smirked and said disdainfully, throwing mist over people's eyes, "Shameless." The real Yi Yuan smiled and said, "People who understanding divine Tao laws in the divine realm are too few. Even void, mystic realm powerhouses don't know much either. This person's strength is already pretty good. It's just that this acting is truly a bit too fake." Yi Yuan's perception was extremely acute. Boom! Yi Yuan's entire body shook, immediately sending that middle-aged man flying. That middle-aged man already had a look of admiration at this time. Bowing towards Yi Yuan in a salute, he said, "Many thanks, heaven-surmounting divine king, for showing mercy. This lowly one has eyes but can't see, and affronted your excellency. I hope that your excellency can pardon the offense. Legends say that the heaven-surmounting divine king's power of domain is unparalleled under the heavens and can forcefully withstand the attacks of a fiend G. D without a scratch. With your excellency's strength, if you're not the heaven-surmounting divine king, who else dares to admit it under the heavens?" The middle-aged man's words utterly dispelled everyone's suspicions. This Yi Yuan was virtually identical to the one in the rumors. Not only was his strength very terrifying, he even had his close brother, White Light, and his soulmate by his side. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "No worries. This young master's tolerance isn't that small yet. This young master was originally cultivating in the Fall mountain range. I heard that there are quite a few of my human race martial artists entering the Fall mountain range. That's why I specially came out of seclusion. At present, my human race is facing a race extermination crisis. Every martial artist's life is very precious. This Fall mountain range is very dangerous. This young master also faces a narrow chance of survival inside. But this period of time, this young master has pretty much figured out the terrain and area within the forbidden area and drew it into a map marking out the dangerous places inside." The moment Yi Yuan said this, a look of elation immediately appeared on the group of martial artists' faces. This Fall mountain range was abnormally dangerous. If not for having no choice, they really would not dare come here to seek out opportunities. Those who dared to enter the Fall mountain range had to at least be divine king realm powerhouses too. Otherwise, they would not even know how they died. If there was a Fall mountain range map, then it would be completely different. At least it could greatly increase their chances of survival. The heaven-surmounting divine king is indeed well deserving of being our human race's leader. Such a valuable thing. And he's actually willing to take it out to share with everybody too. I harbored the resolve to win or die trying coming to the G. Oh, it's Fall Mountain Range this time. The heaven-surmounting divine king's map is absolutely able to increase the chances for me. There's actually still such a good thing. The heaven-surmounting divine king's bearing is truly incomparable. The group of people guessed what Yi Yuan was going to do, and they all looked incomparably excited. This sort of good thing, and oh, Body would refuse it either. Who knew that? Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, "Usually, this map would be given for free to everyone. There's no harm either. It's just that everyone also knows that my mystic gate is defending alone, and the war affair is critical. All kinds of resources are in short supply. Among these, there's especially a shortage of spirit medicines. You all came to this Fall Mountain Range to seek a slim chance of survival. It's likewise making a contribution to the human race. I feel relieved. It's just that the other martial artists are killing the enemy at the front and requires everyone's support even more. I hope that everyone can loosen your purse strings liberally and support my human race's warriors. Of course, this young master won't insist on you all taking out how much, just depends on everyone's thoughts. How's that?" With this said, a hint of a smile involuntarily surfaced on the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth, immediately understanding this fake Yi Yuan's objective. Going this one big circle, it was merely to borrow his name to earn money dishonestly. But this guy's words were said extremely beautifully, making people all unable to refrain from gasping in admiration. He said that he would not force, but there were no less than 400 to 500 martial artists present. How could there really be people who had the nerve to take worthless things to serve as a stopgap? After all, he was standing on the grounds of the human race's righteous cause. The moment his voice faded, the middle-aged martial artist who previously questioned him was immediately the first one to step forward and respond. "Your Excellency exhausted your energy and racked your brains for my human race. How can we be stingy? Moreover, this map is too important to use. It can even be said to be a life-saving object. I'm willing to take out 3 stocks of Tier 9 spirit medicines, as well as 5,000 high-grade heavenly essence crystals to exchange for a copy of the map," said the middle-aged martial artist. With him saying so, everyone's expression changed. This middle-aged martial artist set the price straight away the moment he spoke up. If the things that they took out were too shabby, wouldn't they be despised to death by others? Finished talking. The middle-aged martial artist was ambiguous as well, directly handing 3 stocks of Tier 9 spirit medicines and 5,000 high-grade heavenly essence crystals to White Light's hands and swapped for a map. But when the others saw the situation, they were still somewhat hesitant. It was just that the allure of the map was huge for them. All of them were not willing to leave. That middle-aged martial artist gave a cold snort and said disdainfully, "You guys are really too stingy to pull out even a hair. Our compatriots are killing the enemy in front. No idea how many died, and are in urgent need of our resources to go save lives. But you guys are all actually so miserly, truly disappointing to the extreme." With this, how could those people still keep their dignity, all loosening their purse strings generously one after another? "Give me a map. I'll offer 4 stocks of Tier 9 spirit medicine. Give me a copy too. I don't have Tier 9 spirit medicines on me. I'll use top-grade heavenly essence crystals to pay it off then." Normally, they definitely would not be like this, but under the crisis of race extermination, they more or less still had to have some face. Coupled with the allure of the map, they could only toughen their scalps and go for it one after another. Yi Yuan smiled and said faintly, "Let's go." Seeing that Yi Yuan did not have the intention of looking into it, White Light and the rest also followed Yi Yuan and left, who knew that the fake Yi Yuan actually saw their group of people about to leave and could not help laughing coldly as he said, "Those few truly have such thick skin. Our warriors are splas. I plussing the battlefields with blood, but you're not sparing a single cent. Ha ha." Chapter 12:21. Step forward if you're a man. Chapter 12:21. Step forward if you're a man. Following the fake Yi Yuan's words, everyone's gazes collectively focused on the real Yi Yuan. These few people are so shameless to actually really dare thicken their skin and not pay. Yeah, there are really such people. The human race already reached such a critical juncture, but they are still so thick-skinned. How can someone be shameless to this kind of realm? Especially those who already paid spirit medicines and essence crystals, they felt that they were already blee and righteous, and had the qualifications to cuss others out. Yi Yuan did not think that he did not find trouble with this fake goods, but this guy provoked him. He did not wish to stir trouble, but he naturally did not fear trouble either. Yi Yuan did not do anything when White Light flared up first. Reckless and blind thing, showing off your literacy eloquence here. Do you really take yourself to be something? Do you believe that this young lord will smack you to death with one slap? White Light said with a cold sneer. One sentence made everyone stare dumbfoundedly with their tongues tied. Where did this lunatic come from to dare speak this way to the heaven-surmounting divine king? But when that Yi Yuan heard it, he still had the demeanor of an expert and said coolly, "Ho, such shameless people like you all. It's really this young master's first time seeing how many brothers of our mystic gate are currently killing the enemy at the front lines, while the few of you hide here, unwilling to put up even a bit of resources. If not looking on account of the human race's crisis, how could this young master be so long-winded with you? I'd have directly annihilated you guys." Lure was upset long ago at one side. Seeing the situation, she put her hands on her waist and stepped forward. She was normally innocent and cute, but if someone dared to insult young master, she would be the first to not let it go. "All right, this young lady will stand right here. Come and annihilate me if you have the capabilities. This young lady wants to take a look today at how powerful you, this heaven-surmounting divine king, are." Lure said with a cold smile. How could Yi Yuan attach any importance to Lure? He said disdainfully, "The moment this young master makes a move, you won't have the chance to stand here and speak anymore." Lure said with a scornful look, "With just your middling skills, it can only scare these simpletons. Do you think that you can frighten this young lady?" Lure's one sentence was like a firecracker, lighting everyone up. "Your Excellency, teach this little La S a good lesson. Truly bullying others too far." "Yeah, this La S's words are too infuriating." Yi Yuan also had the intention of establish. Plussing his prestige and power, opening his mouth, and said, "Little girl, you're courting death yourself. Don't blame this young master for ruthlessly cruce. Plussing a flower." But Lure said with a contemptuous look, "Come, bring it on. You think this young lady scared of you?" This Yi Yuan was also incensed by Lure's disparaging attitude. Snorting coldly, he said, "Make a move then. This young master will allow you 3 moves. Otherwise, other people would think that this young master is bullying you." Lure pursed her mouth and said, "Why not this young lady allows you 3 moves? I'm afraid that others will say that this young lady is bullying you." Everyone all sucked in a cold breath. They were struck dumb with amazement by Lure's arrogance. In this world, there was actually still someone who dared to speak to the heaven-surmounting divine king like this. Was she tired of living? Puffed The Yi Yuan trio behind Luer all could not hold back their laughter, being thoroughly tickled by Luer. The four people's attitude finally made Yi Yuan turn angry from embarrass. As meant, it was only to see him formed his fingers into a sword form. A piercing cold sword, intent came out with a howl. One had to admit that his aura was very shocking. When the surrounding audience saw this streak of sword energy, their faces all turned fearful, indeed worthy of being the heaven-surmounting divine king. His attack was extraordinary. However, Luer similarly formed her fingers into a sword and pointed at the void. An ice arrow similarly came out with a blast. Clank, a crisp collision sound transmitted out. Evenly matched. It was actually evenly matched. Everyone was stunned. They thought that the final result of this blow would definitely be Luer winding up with serious injuries. But it was actually evenly matched. Yi Yuan's expression changed, but he reacted extremely quickly and switched to a disdainful look and said, "Humph, I didn't think that you, this little s, actually concealed your strength. However, this young master couldn't bear to hurt you and didn't even use 1/10 of my strength. Otherwise, you'd already have perished at this instant." With him saying these words, those martial artists immediately felt relieved. Yeah, just a little girl, with the heaven-surmounting divine king's status. How could he possibly ruthlessly crush a flower? Just now was merely scaring the other party. But Luer still refused to back down and relent, saying with a cold smile, "Don't. There are still 2 moves. Feel free to unleash moves. Be sure not to hold back." You lot so ignorant and not knowing how to appreciate favors. Big brother isn't haggling over it with you. You even went from bad to worse. This isn't a joking matter. If he were to really attack, you would lose your life. At this time, that fake white light stepped forward to ease the predicament. With him saying this, there were immediately quite a number of people who gave vocal support. This little girl's strength is indeed not weak. But why is she so ungrateful and not know what's good for me? Yeah. His Excellency is already not haggling over it with you. Why are you still relentless? These people were prejudiced by first impressions and had long already determined that Yi Yuan was the real heaven-surmounting divine king. There was no doubt at all. Actually, Yi Yuan had long seen through that fake Yi Yuan strength. It was merely initial stage void mystic. Those dazzling domains and martial techniques previously were merely him having cultivated some spells, which made a sivhuha. Actually, there was no power at all. With Luer's current strength, it was sufficient to handle. This young lady says that your skills are middling, and you're still not convinced. Do you think that by having these fools squeeze me, I'd drop the matter at that? Let me tell you, no way. You aren't coming, right? Then this young lady is going to take action. Luer gave a cold laugh and was going to attack. The fake Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he said with a cold snort, "You punk, are you a man or not? To actually make a girl take the lead, while you yourself hide behind. If you're a man, step forward." The fake Yi Yuan already had no choice. If they continued fighting, he would be exposed. That blow just now, he already discovered that Luer's strength was almost on par with him. It was even that tiny hint stronger than him. His strength was plenty flashy, but it was lacking in power. These means could only be used to scare people. Hence, he could only bet it all on a single throw and stake it on Yi Yuan. Right now, he only hoped that Yi Yuan was some major family clan's young master, bringing along Luer, this expert, by his side to guard him. He hoped that Yi Yuan did not conceal his strength and was really just 7th level Dao Profound. After all, Yi Yuan's age was not old. Wanting to cultivate to the realm of void mystic was something virtually impossible. As for Luer, One freak was already very rare. It was unlikely for two to appear at the same time, right? Hence, he used words to corner Yi Yuan, making him come out and take the move. The moment these words were uttered, Yi Yuan and his group all laughed. This guy really did not know how the character Death was written. The fake goods encountering the real goods. If this guy knew the truth, wonder what kind of an expression it would be. The fake Yi Yuan felt a chill all over his body from the four people's laughing. He suddenly felt that he should not blabber away and made that one extra comment. If he had known earlier, wouldn't it be over by letting the few of them go? All right then, since you said so, then I'll be a bit manlier. I'll stand here and let you hit. As long as you're able to breach my defenses, I'll give you 100 stalks of Tier 9 spirit medicines. Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Chapter 12:22. Brutal beating. Chapter 12:22. Brutal beating. Is this punk crazy? Standing there and letting the heaven-surmounting divine king hit you, this is truly tired of living. Even if the heaven-stabilizing divine king is here, he also wouldn't dare say such arrogant words. Yi Yuan's words aroused a wave of hubbub. The heaven-surmounting divine king, Yi Yuan, had an awe-inspiring reputation presently in the entire divine realm. Someone who dared to say so probably could not be found. Yet they ran into one. People who say these words, there was only one kind of possibility. That was their heads were missing a screw. Don't talk about whatever people with strength dared to say such words, because in the entire divine realm, one absolutely could not find someone like that. The heaven-stabilizing divine king would not cut it either. But these words had a completely different feeling to the fake Yi Yuan. Lure strength, he already experienced it. For Yi Yuan to dare make this boast, could it be that his strength was even stronger than that little girl? It was not an impossibility. The fake Yi Yuan's heart raced, but on his face, it was still the air of an expert, as he said indifferently, "Ho, really been very long since anyone dared to provoke this young master like this." Even if that Zhuge Qingxian came, he wouldn't dare utter such big talk in front of this young master too. Actually, fake Yi Yuan was already backing out. He deliberately talked drivel, but actually he was already long racking his head on a plan to get away. Either way, those spirit medicines and essence crystals were already in his possession. If not running at this time, wait until when? However, Yi Yuan nonchalantly said another sentence. Don't blame this young master for not giving you a chance. This young master won't utilize any essence energy. If it still won't do, then the three of you attack together also works. Everyone collapsed until they were speechless. This guy was absolutely a lunatic, not using essence energy. There was only relying on the power of the fleshy body to defend. Even a Tier 9 grand completion fleshy body could not withstand the all-out attack of a void mystic powerhouse too. Fake Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, but his thoughts stirred. It was just that he still concealed it on the surface, and said coolly, "Ha ha, this young master is still the heaven-surmounting divine king in the end. How can I allow you to belittle me like so? Since you're courting death, then this young master will fulfill your Wisconsin H." Plus, what he was afraid of was that Yi Yuan's power of domain was very strong. But Yi Yuan not utilizing essence energy, he had full assurance to kill the other party. This brat was a rich person at one glance. The good stuff on him must be considerable. This sum was a big profit. Just feel free and come. See this? As long as you kill me, this storage ring is yours. Yi Yuan held a storage ring in his hand and said coolly. How could the fake Yi Yuan still hesitate? A long sword suddenly attacked. This sword was incomparably shocking. Fake Yi Yuan did not hold back in the slightest, his figure charging towards Yi Yuan like lightning. This young man's head is definitely damaged. He's actually really not using essence energy. Dead. Dead for sure. There must be many good stuff inside that storage ring. What a shame. Ha! This idiot can also be considered to have done a good thing before dying, donating the spirit medicines on him to the warriors at the front. Looks like Lord Yi Yuan's genuinely enraged too. This blow is too terrifying. That brat is dead, for sure. Clank. That person was currently speaking when a crisp, colliding sound was heard. A layer of earth yellow light halo surfaced on Yi Yuan's body. Fake Yi Yuan abruptly stopped when his sword struck onto the earth yellow light halo. With a slash, the fake Yi Yuan mustered up essence energy fully, resulting in the remaining momentum not reducing, pressing until this transcendent grade, holy artifact bent. Fake Yi Yuan's eyes became wide circles, staring at this scene before his eyes in disbelief. Because Yi Yuan really did not use essence energy, this earth yellow light halo was totally and extremely profound body refinement art. The other party blocked his blow with purely the power of the fleshy body. How could he know the terror of the black tortoise treasure body divine, or this cultivation method? Back then, Sky Distant was just heaven glimpse deity realm, but the origin deity realm's zone was actually unable to kill him and could only suppress him. It could be seen from this how terrifying this cultivation method was when cultivated to the limits. If not for so, how could Yi Yuan dare forcefully resist 3 great Fiendji? Oh, DS besiegement head-on? His reliance was not just the domain of sword. Clank. Under everyone's dumbfounded stares, this transcendent grade, holy artifact directly snapped into 2. Yi Yuan's body shook slightly, sending the fake Yi Yuan flying out. Deathly silence. Just by relying on the power of the fleshy body, he broke a transcendent grade artifact in half. How terrifying the power did this require? For a moment, everyone's brains were short-circuited. Stop joking around. If the heaven-surmounting Divine King only had your bit of strength, he'd have long been annihilated by the 6 great Fiendji. Oh, DS, who knows how many times over. Yi Yuan smiled and said to everyone again, that middle-aged man is clearly acting out a 2-man show. How can this fellow have much power? It's completely for scaring people. If you don't believe, you guys go and give it a try yourselves. Everyone was startled and could not help quickly waking up to reality. Yeah, if he was really the heaven-surmounting Divine King, how could he possibly be unable to break through such a youngster's defense? This guy must be a fake. Motherf asterisk cur. To actually dare bluff us. Return your father's tier 9 spirit medicines. A curly-bearded, burly man finally could not refrain from erupting. Stepping forward, it was 1 foot directly kicking the fake Yi Yuan over. Fake white light and fake Lear, as well as that middle-aged man, wanted to come forward and help, but their bodies suddenly tensed up, already being locked down by a biting, cold-killing intent. They did not doubt in the slightest that as long as they moved, what awaited them would be a lightning-like blow. The curly-bearded, burly man kicked the fake Yi Yuan flying without any effort at all. How could he still doubt Yi Yuan's words? This guy was totally a counterfeit, but with this, it aroused public wrath, public sentiment stirring into activity. For a moment, those martial artists all turned into common townsfolk. They did not use any cultivation method or martial techniques, simply directly pummeling onto fake Yi Yuan's body. Who asked you to cheat people? Who asked you to cheat people? It's fine if you cheat people, but to actually even dare to impersonate your father's most respected heaven-surmounting Divine King, your father will kick you to death. Return my tier 9 spirit medicines. Return my heavenly essence crystals. Fake Yi Yuan was immediately beaten up brutally, but did not have any strength to retaliate at all. Actually, with his strength, He did not fear these people at all. But Yi Yuan's impact earlier scattered his essence energy, making him unable to muster essence energy for a short while, resulting in him being totally unable to withstand these people's fury now. He would not die, but the pain coming from his body, as well as the sense of humiliation in the depths of his heart, was extremely intense. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's expression changed. A strand of divine sense probed over without any scruples, sweeping over the bodies of Yi Yuan and the rest. However, this strand of divine sense withdrew very quickly. Clearly, it did not discover anything. In the sky, several figures flew past. Merely a few small fries. "The heaven-stabilizing divine king is a bit too sensitive," said an aged NH. "Oh," a re-voice with a laugh. Yi Yuan's eyesight was extremely good and recognized this old man at a glance. It was precisely Cloudmarsh City's city lord, Old Man Han. "Humph! Yi Yuan, that brat is full of cunning tricks. Maybe he blended into these people. Better to be a little careful," Zhuge Qingxian beside Old Man Han said. Yi Yuan's expression turned cold, not expecting that these two people actually walked together. Old Man Han's strength was unfathomable, although not ranked among the 10 great divine kings. No one dared to underestimate his strength either. Chapter 12:23. Overbearing. Chapter 12:23. Overbearing, Kanhua said that Yi Yuan might have entered the Oatsfall mountain range. But right now there are so many people at the Oatsfall mountain range. So where to begin searching? Zhuge Qingxian furrowed his brows and said, "Ho-ho, heaven-stabilizing divine king, please be calm. Lord Kanhua can pry into heaven's secrets. So within this Oatsfall mountain range, there's bound to be something major happening. In my view, the place that punk wants to go, it definitely isn't an ordinary place." Old Man Han's gaze looked toward Zhuge Qingxian heatedly. Zhuge Qingxian frowned and said, "You're talking about the Forbidden Region?" Inside this Oatsfall mountain range, it was divided into several regions, which were respectively Safe Region, Dao Forbidden Region, Void Forbidden Region, as well as the most terrifying the Forbidden Region. These regions were fumbled out by martial artists using fresh blood over countless tens of thousands of years. These people here actually already entered the Oatsfall mountain range, but they were currently in the Safe Region. Of course, the Safe Region was not absolutely safe as well. When approaching the Dao Forbidden Region, the danger would increase tremendously too. Upon entering the Dao Forbidden Region, these people would probably not be as cozy as now. The so-called Dao Forbidden Region was referring to that Dao profound realm martial artists were forbidden to enter inside. Even peak divine king powerhouses, once they went too deep in, it would be a slim chance of survival too. The same argument, Void Forbidden Region, was referring to void mystic powerhouses. Among them also included the 10 great divine kings, this kind of powerhouses who comprehended divine Dao laws. Zhuge Qingxian had also penetrated deep into the Oatsfall mountain range previously, but even for him, the region that he set foot in was also merely the Void Forbidden Region. As for the legendary the Forbidden Region, that was a region that even genuine deity realm powerhouses did not dare to easily set foot in as well. The places where deity realm powerhouses perished the most was the Forbidden Region. Zhuge Qingxian also shuddered with fear when he guessed this result. Yi Yuan's heart was really big. The heaven-stabilizing divine king don't need to have this expression. Yi Yuan, that brat, is very clever. He definitely guessed that Lord Kanhua is currently recovering to his peak strength. Once accomplished, no one in the divine realm can stop him anymore. Want to stop Lord Kanhua? He could only be the first person to break the shackles in these 100,000 years and reach deity realm. And in the entire divine realm, The only place where it's possible to break through to the deity realm is probably the Sval mountain ranges the forbidden region. Old Man Han saw through it clearly, guessing not far off the mark from Yi Yuan's thoughts. At present, this was also the only solution. It was just that compared to Kanuo recovering to peak strength, Yi Yuan's path was clearly 10,000-fold harder. After all, without the permission of heavenly Tao laws, there was already no way to step into the deity realm in this world. Even if he's really able to enter the the forbidden region, it's also impossible to come out alive, Zhuge Qingxian said with a cold smile. Come out or not, this old man doesn't know. But this old man knows that we must stop him from entering. Although the chances of becoming a deity don't even reach 1 in a million, he's the son of heaven's mandate after all. It's not strange for whatever miracles to happen to him, Old Man Han said. Humph! There's no way he'll succeed. This seat will definitely tear him to pieces this time. Otherwise, it's hard to dispel the hatred in my heart. Zhuge Qingxuan's expression was livid. His hatred toward Yi Yuan billowed to the skies. The last time at the Dragon Clan, he almost died at Yi Yuan's hands. This was a shame that he had never encountered for thousands of years. Only by killing Yi Yuan could he wash away this shame of his. On this side, fake Yi Yuan was pummeled into a pig's head by the righteously indignant crowd. Fake White Light returned all of the things and compensated a large sum of heavenly essence crystals before everyone let it go at that. With this, it was suffering a double loss. Sniff, sniff, my heavenly essence crystals. Return my heavenly essence crystals. Sniff, sniff. Fake Yi Yuan cried his heart out. While at this time, Yi Yuan, they all were long gone already. Big brother, what should we do now? Why not we wait until we enter the Tao Forbidden region? Then we find a chance to scam them. With our degree of familiarity towards the Tao Forbidden region, I believe that they definitely can't beat us. Fake White Light said. Fake Yi Yuan's wailing cries abruptly ceased. Using a strange gaze and giving him a look, he lowered his voice and said, Are you a pig? If you want to die, don't drag me in. This time, for us to be able to live, it's already very lucky. You actually still want to go and provoke them. Fake Yi Yuan scolded vigorously and completely did not realize that he was the pig at this moment. Big brother, what's wrong? Are those few really so formidable? Fake White Light said blankly. Fake Yi Yuan lowered his voice again and said, And more than just formidable. Your father must have stepped on dog S. H. I plus T when I went out today. F asterisk King H. E. L. L to actually run into the real one. Big brother. You're saying, Fake White Light's 2 eyes went wide, and he was even stammering when speaking. Sure. Do you want to die? Good that shout so loud for what? He deliberately disguised himself and suppressed his realm. It's in order to not let people know. If we give him away, we'll die without a doubt. Fake Yi Yuan hurriedly stopped him. After Fake Yi Yuan's little interlude, Yi Yuan's party marched straight in and entered the Tao Forbidden region. Along the way, they naturally ran into some minor dangers too. But with Yi Yuan's party strength, it was naturally a cinch. Big brother, why are the people in front not walking anymore? White Light suddenly said. Ahead, quite a few martial artists crowded at the foot of the mountain, but not a single one went up the mountain, which unwittingly made Yi Yuan and the rest feel rather peculiar. Come, go over and take a look, Yi Yuan said. The few people arrived at the foot of the mountain. Only after a bout of inquiring did they know that quite a number of strange incidents happened halfway up the mountain. There were already over 10 people who lost their lives. Among them, there were even peak divine king powerhouses. Everyone was afraid and did not advance. That was why they stopped at the foot of the mountain. and this mountain ridge seemed to be the only path that led to the depths. Yi Yuan was just about to advance when several figures descended from the sky. It was precisely Zhuge Qingxian and party. Zhuge Qingxian swept a glance around, randomly designated a martial artist, and said with an overbearing air, "You, come over." That martial artist was startled but did not dare to disobey, and could only step forward. "Speak, what's the deal with this Broken Soul Ridge?" Zhuge Qingxuan's words exuded a flavor that brooked no dispute. That martial artist naturally did not dare to defy, and could only recount the events that happened here. That martial artist thought that he was fine when he finished talking, who knew that Zhuge Qingxian mused for a moment and said to him, "You go in. Also, you all go up the mountain for me." He selected over 10 people in a row. Those people's bodies trembled all over, their gazes revealing a look of despair. The people that he chose were basically all divine king realm powerhouses. Clearly, he was preparing to have these people scout the path. "Zhuge Qingxian, don't you bully people too much. On what basis to make us be scapegoats?" A divine king powerhouse was unwilling and roared angrily. Zhuge Qingxian smiled disdainfully and said, "Based on what?" "Just based on this seat being the heaven-stabilizing divine king." Done talking, he casually pointed his finger. A streak of terrifying force tapped towards that person. Boom! That person directly exploded into countless chunks. "Now, is there still anyone with objections?" Zhuge Qingxian swept a glance over everyone and said coolly, "Chapter 12:24, right under your eyelids, and you can't even recognize." Chapter 12:24, right under your eyelids, and you can't even recognize. Zhuge Qingxuan's overbearingness made everyone silent like cicadas in winter. His strength was too powerful. It was on a completely different level from these people. Feeling helpless, those dozen over people could only go up the mountain. There was still a feeble ray of hope going up the mountain at any rate. But if they went against Zhuge Qingxian, then it was only a one-way ticket to H.L. Quite a few martial artist gazes that looked towards Zhuge Qingxian were filled with resentment. They did not expect that the human race's #1 person was actually this sort of person who bullies the weak, being arrogant and high-handed, and viewed human life like GRASS. For some time, these people dared to feel indignant, but did not dare to speak. Regarding these people's gazes, Zhuge Qingxian directly chose to ignore it. He did not care about these people's thoughts at all. In his eyes, these people were all ant-like existences. After those dozen over martial artists left, some people could not endure this kind of atmosphere and left this place one after another. But the vast majority of the people still chose to endure silently. However vast the world was, there was already no place to shelter them anymore. Zhuge Qingxian getting together with old man Han made Yi Yuan very surprised. This made him involuntarily heighten his vigilance more. The last time Zhuge Qingxian left together with Kanua, it was hard to guarantee that there would be no relations, HI+P between these two people. The Holy City kept the troops ready but made no movements until now, but did not lock the city with the Grand Array either. This in itself indicated many problems. Looked like Zhuge Qingxian might have very likely colluded together with the Fiend race. But Yi Yuan could not figure out why Old Man Han showed up here. Could it be that he also had ties with the Fiend race? Recalling the incident that happened in the immemorial medicine garden back then, Yi Yuan felt that it really was possible. Thinking this through, Yi Yuan sneered coldly in his heart to no end. This Kanua was truly playing a civ game of chess. In a twinkle, an hour pa said, according to those dozen over people's foot strength, they should have long returned. But there was no word from anyone. At this time, Zhuge Qingxian stood up once more, and randomly selected over 10 people again. The few of you go up the mountain. Zhuge Qingxuan's voice did not carry the slightest trace of emotion. Ever since almost dying under Yi Yuan's hands the last time, the foul and evil foreboding air on Zhuge Qingxuan's body became even heavier. These people's lives, he did not take it to heart at all. A look of despair appeared on those dozen over people's faces. They knew that this departure would likely have little chance of coming out alive. And among these people, as luck would have it, there was that fake Yi Yuan's company of 4. Why, Your Excellency, I beg you, save this lowly one. I know that, in this place, only you can save us, said the fake Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised. This guy actually still dared to come and find him. That's the heaven-stabilizing divine king. I can't help you, Yi Yuan said coolly. Fake Yi Yuan gritted his teeth and transmitted to Yi Yuan, Your Excellency, I know that impersonating you, it's my fault. I'm not begging you to save me. I'm only begging you to save my 3 siblings. If you don't agree, I'll tell the heaven-stabilizing divine king your true ident. One Tai. Yi Yuan slightly revealed an odd look. This guy actually guessed his ident. One Tai. However, he immediately laughed in spite of himself. This guy actually even threatened him. It's also not impossible to save them, but you have to go in. Yi Yuan said coolly. Fake Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, Rest assured, Your Excellency. As long as you're willing to save them, Yi Sheng is willing to die. Yi Yuan gave him a deep look. Only now did he know that his real name was called Yi Sheng. I'll give you all 3 breaths of time. Still don't move. Bear the consequences yourselves. That cold voice of Zhuge Qingxuan's coincidentally sounded out at this time. Yi Yuan suddenly got up and said to Zhuge Qingxian with cupped fists, Your Excellency, the 4 of us siblings are willing to substitute. I toot the 3 of them to go up the mountain and scout the path. While talking, Yi Yuan pointed at Yi Sheng's 3 siblings. This action of Yi Yuan's made Zhuge Qingxian very surprised. This going up the mountain was clearly a dead end. There was actually still someone who took the initiative to volunteer. When Yi Sheng heard Yi Yuan's words, he was immediately wildly elated in his heart. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually used this kind of method to save his brothers. With Yi Yuan around, his chances of survival would greatly increase. Zhuge Qingxian sized Yi Yuan up, feeling that this boy was somewhat peculiar. But no matter how he looked, he could not see through Yi Yuan's disguise. His disguising art was a complementing technique in the black tortoise treasure body divine art. It could let people change to a different appearance by altering the entire body's muscles. He imparted this cultivation method to white light the 3 of them. The 3 of them looked rather similar right now, just like brothers and sisters. In addition to Yi Yuan's essence-sealing pill, even if he was the heaven-stabilizing divine king, he absolutely could not see through as well. He looked left and right, and also could not see through any flaws. Straight away, he waved his hand impatiently and said, Go on, go. Yi Yuan was just about to move when Old Man Han suddenly opened his mouth and said, Young man, going up the mountain here is 9 chances to die and 1 chance to live. Why did you take the initiative to go up the mountain? Finished talking, Old Man Han's gaze stared at Yi Yuan heatedly, wanting to see how he would answer. But Yi Yuan did not fear in the slightest. Bowing his body in greeting, he said, The heaven-stabilizing divine king is fully deserving of being the divine realm's number 1. This lowly one has always admired greatly. To be able to serve the heaven-stabilizing divine king is this lowly one's honor. Furthermore, this lowly one has no other strong points, but a body of tough flesh. If talking about the possibility of survival, this lowly one still has that tiny hint of assurance. Disregarding others, Zhuge Qingxian was a sucker for this. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, that iceberg-like face of his actually had some additional smugness. All right, don't talk rubbish anymore. Go up the mountain. Zhuge Qingxian said impatiently. Yi Sheng bid farewell with his siblings and made them not enter deep inside, and to wait for him outside. Then he went up the mountain together with Yi Yuan's company of 4. When the few silhouettes disappeared, Yi Sheng gave a deep bow toward Yi Yuan and said, "Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for taking action and saving. This lowly one will definitely repay with death, even by gladly das. I, plussing my brains against the ground. Also, this lowly one offended Your Excellency. Your Excellency, please punies. Plus, Yi Yuan smiled and said, "It was you who saved them, not me." Yi Sheng could not help freezing when he heard that and said, "Your Excellency's meaning is, although you carried out unscrupulous deeds, making people despise you, your feelings toward your brothers and sister are not fake. If you threaten me to save only you alone, even risking a great battle with Zhuge Qingxian, I won't save them. Moreover, it's still unknown who would die at whose hands if I have a battle with him." Yi Yuan's words exuded powerful confidence. His sword intent breaking through, the evil extermination sword formula also broke through to the 2nd level already and was able to unleash 50% of the evil extermination divine sword's power. If he was to really battle with Zhuge Qingxian again, Yi Yuan definitely did not fear him. It was just that old man Han concealed his abilities too deeply, making him somewhat apprehensive. Before entering deep into the Ode's Fall Mountain range, he was unwilling to complicate matters. That was all. Yi Sheng sucked in a deep breath, not expecting that the reason Yi Yuan agreed was actually this. No matter what, Yi Sheng's life is my lord. Yi Sheng bowed deeply again, but Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I'm very curious, though. How did you know my ident? One tie?" Chapter 12:25. Soul Absorption. Chapter 12:25. Soul Absorption. Actually, I'm my lord's fan. Ever since seeing Your Excellency's powerful strength at the Dragon Clan, this lowly one was deeply convinced by Your Excellency, Yi Sheng said. Turned out, when the Heaven's Secret Tower published the 10 Great Divine Kings, Yi Sheng was also one of the challengers. Of course, after he reached the Dragon Clan, he discovered that he was batting above his grade. But when he witnessed Yi Yuan's strength, he completely became Yi Yuan's firm supporter. For this, he spent a huge price and bought a lot of data on Yi Yuan from the Heaven's Secret Tower, and understood Yi Yuan very well. He knew that not only was Yi Yuan's concept comprehension abnormally high, his body refinement aspect did not pale in comparison to the essence energy realm in the least bit. Furthermore, apart from Yu Mengli by Yi Yuan's side, there was even a little girl whose strength was not weak. This little girl did not appear much by Yi Yuan's side, but Yi Yuan seemed to regard her with great importance. All in all, this unfamiliar young man before his eyes, there was at least 50 to 60% certainty that it was Yi Yuan. Of course, he did not dare to be completely sure either. But just now, under that kind of situation, he had no choice but to take a risk. As a result, he succeeded. Your Excellency, what should we do now? Yi Sheng said rather hesitantly. There were more than a dozen people who came along with them. But from Yi Yuan, the 5 of them, there were still around 10. They saw Yi Sheng's attitude and also guessed that Yi Yuan was a remarkable great figure, all revealing hopeful looks. What else can we do? Of course, it's going up the mountain to take a look. Zhuge Qingxian said that this place is called Broken Soul Ridge. It looks like the place is really as its name suggests. Yi Yuan said with a vicissitude of emotion, but to the current Yi Yuan, things in this divine realm that could make him where he were really not many. The group of people followed along the steep mountain road and climbed up, but they did not discover anything strange. However, it was precisely this calmness that gave everyone Guseb. You, MPS. Your Excellency, why do I feel amiss? Yisheng swallowed his saliva and said, "Of course it's not right. If it was right, Zhuge Qingxian would not let us come up either." Yi Yuan said without a care. That calmness and composure of Yi Yuan's also affected everyone, making their hearts calm down. Traveling not for long, densely packed white cloth suddenly appeared ahead. Looking over closely, it was actually countless soul-beckoning streamers. On that rugged mountain path, over a dozen figures collapsed on the ground. There was no sound. It's them. It's that batch of people who came previously. Someone suddenly cried out, This place is too terrifying. We best return first." Another person's face turned pale as he suggested. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, and he said coolly, "It's already too late." Seeing that person's puzzled expression, Yi Yuan added, "You turn around and look." That person turned his head and looked, his face becoming even paler. What's going on? The path when they came actually completely disappeared. On both sides of the path were similarly densely crowds of soul-beckoning streamers. How was there still a hint of the look of a mountain path? Unknowingly, they actually fell into the encirclement of the soul-beckoning streamers. Looks like we fell into an overlapping S-P-A-C. Unknowingly, we barged into an incredible place. Yi Yuan said indifferently. He knew that this place was not some illusionary realm, but actual S-P-A-C. If it were an illusionary realm, Yi Yuan would have long seen through it with a glance, and would not wait until now. Actually, Yi Yuan himself was very surprised too. He got caught in this S-P-A-C and was actually totally clueless. Furthermore, it looks like this S-P-A-C was easy to enter, but wanting to go out was probably not easy. "Why, Your Excellency, what to do here?" asked another divine king powerhouse, and was even stammering when talking. Those few people ahead did not have any movements at all. In all probability, they encountered a mishap. When they saw such a situation, how could they not be afraid? After all, those dozen over people who entered before, their strengths were not weaker than them. Looks like this S-P-A-C is easy to enter, hard to leave. Since there's no way to turn around, then there's only moving forward, Yi Yuan said coolly. Yi Yuan gave him an indifferent glance and said, "If you have other methods, this young master naturally won't stop you either." One sentence made him wither. This place was clearly very strange. Yi Yuan was already their only reliance. Done talking, Yi Yuan did not care about him either and slowly walked in the direction of the previous group of people. The other people had no choice and could only keep up. Yi Yuan stretched his hand out and flicked. Over a dozen strands of thin threads made up of essence, energy flew towards those dozen over people. When everyone saw this scene, their gazes all turned intent, being surprised by Yi Yuan's exquisite essence energy control. There was no lack of divine king powerhouses among them, but body could do it to Yi Yuan's level. After several breaths, Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "All dead. Their bodies are completely unscathed, but it's already an empty S-H-E-L-L. Their divine souls were all taken away by someone. There are no signs of fighting here. Looks like they didn't have the strength to retaliate at all." The moment these words came out, everyone's expression turned fearful. This place was indeed sinister. "Your Excellency, I remember that there were 17 people in the first group that came, but there are only 15 people here. Seems like there are 2 missing," Yi Sheng said. Yi Sheng knew Yi Yuan's background and was not fluid tiered like the others. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Those two people were the strongest in the first group of people. Barring no accidents, we should be able to see their dead bodies ahead." At this time, a strange breeze blew past, stirring up those soul-beckoning streamers. Woo, woo. Immediately, a ghostly sobbing voice sounded out all around. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he said solemnly, "Close off your six senses. Don't listen to this voice." Everyone's expression turned fearful, and they hurriedly shut their sixth sense tightly, not daring to listen to this ghostly weeping sound. This ghostly sobbing voice had the effect of absorbing the soul. Yi Yuan virtually detected it straight away. Hence, that was why he voiced out to warn. He himself did not care in the least bit, though. In this world, it was probably very hard to find something that was able to absorb his divine soul away. "Go," Yi Yuan said solemnly. The group of people continued walking forward. But along with going in deeper and deeper, that ferocious, ghostly, sobbing voice became increasingly terrifying. In the end, it actually became a fierce cry. That scream was incomparably ear-piercing. Countless soul-beckoning streamers emitted a faint purple light, turning the entire stretch of S.P.A.C. even more bizarre. Help! A divine king powerhouse seemed to have his throat clutched and shouted vigorously. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and discovered that even though these people shut their six senses tightly, their divine souls were still gradually dragged out of the body. Even though he was desperately struggling, it was still in vain. Not just him, the rest were similarly like so. Apart from Yu Mengli, even White Light and Lure actually showed signs of being unable to hold on. Yu Mengli was of the innate battle soul physique. Half of her divine soul had already long fused into one ent, one Tai. Her vitality was extremely strong to begin with. Such means were actually unshakable. It was just that Lure could not hang on anymore. The expression on her face was very painful. Clearly, she already could not quite endure any longer. "Why, young master?" Lure said weakly. Chapter 12:26. Drawing on the ground to serve as a prison. Chapter 12:26. Drawing on the ground to serve as a prison. Lin. Yi Yuan formed a hand seal, his voice like a great bell. At the same time, Yi Yuan's powerful vitality surged toward the sky, and he forcefully quelled those ghostly wailing voices. With the Lin character coming out of the mouth, a grand aura instantly spread out. Those wailing voices seemed to have seen their jinx, and immediately did not dare to approach Yi Yuan and the rest anymore. Those divine souls that were originally being dragged out also immediately returned into their bodies. Even so, each one of them was deathly pale, as if they had a serious illness. However, their faces all revealed a look of lingering fear. Their gazes when they looked at Yi Yuan were filled with gratitude. If not for Yi Yuan, they would already be like the first batch of people at this time, becoming corpses without a divine soul. Lure's complexion was very bad as well. Yi Yuan asked concernedly, "Lure, are you all right?" "I'm all right. Thank you, young master." Lure shook her head and said, but Yi Yuan's face turned cold, and he said, "If a tiger doesn't demonstrate its might, do you really take this young master to be a sickly cat?" These ghosts were so arrogant to actually hurt Lure. It made Yi Yuan become genuinely angry. "Fiery, burn all of these D-A-M-N things for me. This young master wants to see just what kind of ghost or monster there are, playing tricks over here," Yi Yuan said with a cold shout. Hearing that icy tone of Yi Yuan, the others could not help shuddering. These soul-beckoning streamers were incomparably bizarre. It was already not bad for them to be able to escape with their lives. But this lord actually wanted to burn them all. Fiery's figure appeared, his hands kneading seals. At once, a surge of terrifying power of flames spread out. Boom! Everyone immediately felt like their entire bodies were about to burn up. They hurriedly revolved essence energy to resist. But under the surge of terrifying heat wave, they actually had a feeling of being scorched. Too frightening. This power of the flame is too strong. The spirit bristle divine king's 9 suns burning heaven is known as the divine realm's #1 fire attribute martial technique. In my view, this power of the flames isn't the slightest bit inferior. Just who in the world is this lord? This strength is also a little too horrifying, right? Back then, the spirit bristle divine king's one move, 9 suns burning heaven, slaughtered hundreds of divine king powerhouses, causing a sensation for some time. There was no shortage of divine king powerhouses among these dozen over people. They questioned themselves if Fiery's move was unleashed against them. They would only have the share of being one shot. However, even if more people came, it was the same too. Witnessing Yi Yuan's strength, they could not resist speculating about Yi Yuan's ident. One, tie one after another. Previously hearing Yi Yuan say that he did not fear the heaven-stabilizing divine king, they were more or less still a little disdainful in their hearts. But now, they knew that Yi Yuan was not kidding. To have strength comparable to the spirit bristle divine king, why would he be scared of the heaven-stabilizing divine king? That pale flame instantly ignited the soul-beckoning streamers within a radius of 10,000 feet. Shrill, ghostly wails came over. They seemed to be thrown into an oil pot, miserable screams lingering on incessantly. After 10 breaths, Fiery withdrew the cleansing sandal's sacred flame. Originally, within this 10,000-foot radius was overwhelmed with weed. Countless soul-beckoning streamers stood in great numbers. But now, it became a stretch of wilderness. The cleansing sandal's sacred flame's current power was indeed already not much inferior to the spirit bristle divine king. This level of flame power directly refined those soul-beckoning streamers into nothingness. However, Yi Yuan's expression changed. On this 10,000 square feet of wilderness, there were actually still several poles of soul-beckoning streamers that were not refined. Yi Yuan swept a glance over and discovered that there were still 9. These 9 soul-beckoning streamers were clearly different from the rest. 9 poles of soul-beckoning streamers inserted on the solitary barren graves, appearing deserted and strange, giving people an extremely ominous feeling. In the wilderness, there was even a massive tomb. There was a piece of stone monument in front of the tomb. On it wrote 5 blood-colored large words, Tomb of Soul Refining Sect. Looks like this broken soul ridge's bizarreness is because this tomb came into being. Soul Refining Sect. This is probably an ancient era sect. Furthermore, it's a divine Tao sect. Yi Yuan said, this tomb coming into being superimposed this S.P.A.C. onto the broken soul ridge. Hence, the moment martial artists came up, they had their souls sucked by those soul-beckoning streamers. As for this soul-refining sect, Yi Yuan had never heard before. 10-1, it was an ancient era sect. Ancient era sects, there would more or less be some mentions in some of the present divine realms materials. The ancient era was too far away from present times. Even the Heaven One sect, this kind of large sect, no one remembered it, let alone some slightly smaller divine Tao sections. These 9 poles of soul-beckoning streamers were able to resist Fiery's refinement. They were definitely not ordinary items. Hence, Yi Yuan determined that this so-called soul-refining sect was bound to be a divine Tao sect. Ha ha ha! Suddenly, a crazed voice sounded out. Everyone was startled in their hearts. Looking over, they saw that a divine King Powerhouse's hand was actually holding one of the 9 poles of soul-beckoning streamers. Wei Cheng, what are you doing? Quickly put it down. The expression of another martial artist who was on friendly terms with Wei Cheng could not help changing greatly when he saw the situation and shouted at Wei Cheng. But how could the current Wei Cheng still hear it at this time? He let out a burst of wild laughter and said, "Ha ha ha! From this day forth, this seat is the ancient soul-refining sect's successor. I want this world to obey me." Wei Cheng's two eyes were scarlet, his expression crazed, looking very sinister. "Wei Cheng, quickly wake up. Hurry up and put down that soul-beckoning streamer." Li Yao shouted again. Yi Yuan heaved and sighed and said, "He's already being controlled by that soul-beckoning streamer. No matter how you shout, it's already useless too." Li Yao's expression turned pale as a sheet, and he muttered, What to do here?" "Not good. Seize that soul-beckoning streamer first, then talk. If it doesn't work, we can only kill." Yi Yuan said, "Ha ha ha! Kill, kill, kill." Wei Cheng was already completely insane, carrying a soul-beckoning streamer and charging over, his aura billowing into the sky. "White light, you go and deal with him first. I'll cast a spell to protect them. Otherwise, it would be bad if someone is lured over by that soul-beckoning streamer again." Yi Yuan said. White light did not say a word and stepped forward, matching up against Wei Cheng. White light's current strength was already not inferior to the 10 great divine kings, but forcefully class plussing a blow with Wei Cheng, he actually did not gain the slightest bit of advantage. For some time, the two people were locked in a struggle. When everyone saw this scene, their faces all changed greatly. An Summing Divine King powerhouse obtaining the soul-beckoning streamer, his strength actually became so powerful. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, his brows furrowed slightly too, secretly thinking to himself that this ancient soul-refining sect was indeed incomparably evil. However, his hands did not slow down, pulling out the origin magnetism spirit wood. Yi Yuan's essence energy surged. Immediately, the sound of thunder rang out, bolts of lightning discharging out. Yi Yuan's had the origin magnetism spirit wood in his hand and drew a large circle around everyone. Finished, Yi Yuan lightly cried out the Lin character. After that, he directly inserted the origin magnetism spirit wood into the soil. Straight away, an enormous lightning plus ELD protected everyone in the middle. Above the plus ELD, there was faintly the undulation of the power of laws. The might of the Lin character actually condensed and did not dissipate. All right, no matter what happens outside, all are not to walk out of the radius of this plus ELD. Otherwise, even ODS can't save you. Yi Yuan said to everyone coldly. Chapter 1227, Battling Wei Cheng. Chapter 1227, Battling Wei Cheng. It's been so long, and they are still not back yet. They wouldn't have been completely wiped out, right? Seeing Yi Yuan and the rest not returning, Zhuge Qingxian involuntarily furrowed his brows. Old Man Han said, "This Broken Soul Ridge is extremely fishy. In the past, it was merely an unimportant and ordinary mountain ridge. Now, even you and I are actually unable to fly over. There are definitely things concerning Divine Tao that happened. These scapegoats are really useless. Not a single one could actually return." Zhuge Qingxian said, unhappily. Old Man Han gave him a glance and said, "Did you feel that kid earlier was rather odd?" But Zhuge Qingxian did not feel that there was anything amiss. He was arrogant at heart and haughty in manner. He had never placed ants in his sights. Even the 10 great divine kings, those able to enter his arcane sights, were also merely that 1 or 2 people. Hence, that was why he loathed the Yi Yuan, who offended him back, then so much. In his view, It was impossible for even powerhouses of the same boundary to disguise anything in front of him, too. Little did he imagine that Yi Yuan had long already gone past from under his eyelids. A bunch of ants. What's fishy about it? Zhuge Qingxian said. Actually, Old Man Han did not see through anything either. Otherwise, he would not have let Yi Yuan gone up either. It was just that his thoughts were much more experienced than Zhuge Qingxian, and he kept feeling that something was off. Hence, he thought a little more. Logically speaking, we're stopped by this Broken Soul Ridge. It's impossible for Yi Yuan to fly over to. If he hasn't already entered the Broken Soul Ridge, then it's that he hasn't arrived yet. It's just that, judging from the time. Even if he was any slower, he should have arrived too. Old Man Han voiced out his doubts. Zhuge Qingxian just had an arrogant character. It did not mean that he was a fool. With Old Man Han saying so, he also felt that something was not quite, and he said with a frown, "You're saying that brat was Yi Yuan? That's impossible." Zhuge Qingxian naturally would not admit that he had eyes but could not see, and was also unwilling to admit it. That brat he saw through with one glance. How could he possibly be Yi Yuan? Old Man Han smiled bitterly and said, "I just feel that there's this possibility. This boy can't be measured with common sense at all." Zhuge Qingxuan's expression flickered incessantly. Old Man Han's words made him extremely irritated. He had a feeling that it seems like he was really played by Yi Yuan again. A bout of depressed air filled his chest, making him feel like he was about to explode. Looks like this bunch of good-for-nothings can't be counted on. We'll go in ourselves. Zhuge Qingxian said. But Old Man Han smiled evilly and said, "Who says they can't be counted on? So many people. Entering to be cannon fodders is good too." Old Man Han did not conceal his voice. Everyone's faces changed because of it. Zhuge Qingxian also chuckled when he heard that and said in a clear voice, "Either you all die or go up the mountain." Boom! In midair, white light and Wei Cheng clashed hard again. As a result, Wei Cheng actually sent white light flying this time. This guy was clearly possessed by the God of war. There was actually a feeling of getting stronger the more they fought. Wei Cheng did not give white light any time to catch his breath at all, immediately pouncing, wanting to directly strike white light dead. Right at this time, a figure suddenly appeared and cut right between the two people. Bang! A dragon roar sounded out, directly blasting Wei Cheng out 10,000 feet away. "Big brother, this guy is so strange. There's clearly only one person. Why do I feel like there are many experts besieging me?" White Light said in surprise, "It's that soul-beckoning streamer causing mischief. If my conjectures are right, inside that soul-beckoning streamer likely fostered a very powerful ghost. You go down and rest a bit, leave it to me," Yi Yuan said. "Be careful, big brother. This guy isn't easy to deal with. Relax." Being sent flying by Yi Yuan with a palm, Wei Cheng actually did not come up for a while, seemingly very wary of Yi Yuan. "Just now, didn't you say that this world has to obey you? Why did you get scared?" Yi Yuan looked at Wei Cheng and said with a faint smile. Wei Cheng opened his mouth and said, "Brat, don't be arrogant. An ant like you, this seat can slaughter tens of millions with a wave of a hand back then." But Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "Shameless boasting. Since you don't dare to come, then this young master is coming." Wei Cheng did not see Yi Yuan take any action either. His figure instantly vanished. When Wei Cheng saw this scene, his pupils involuntarily constricted, and he said in terror, "Greater teleportation." Clearly, he was astounded by Yi Yuan's skill. Yi Yuan's essence, energy, and spirit were clearly not perfected yet, but his heart realm was actually perfected already. Even in the Divine Tao era, there were also not many who had such talent. However, He already could not afford to think too much. Yi Yuan's sword already reached him. Clank! Wei Cheng brandished the soul-beckoning streamer and directly had a frontal exchange with Yi Yuan. However, it was different from how he overpowered white light earlier. This time, he was completely pummeled by Yi Yuan. His figure was directly sent flying by Yi Yuan's powerful sword intent. Your sword Dao laws already comprehended to the middle stage, first layer, heaven? How is this possible? Astonishment was written all over Wei Cheng's face as he looked at Yi Yuan in disbelief. He felt that this world was too crazy. How could a Dao profound realm brat possibly comprehend divine Dao laws to the second layer heaven? Sup 1/sup? Was this fellow before his eyes really an ant-like Dao profound realm martial artist from 1,000,000 years ago? Wei Cheng was instantly teared. Ha! It's just that you're out of touch with the outside world. With a look of disdain, Yi Yuan pounced once more, battling together with Wei Cheng. Yi Yuan brandished the sword until it was impenetrable, sword intent roaming unobstructed. The evil extermination sword contained a grand, righteous aura in the first place. It was this kind of evil thing's jinx. Wei Cheng was pushed by Yi Yuan until he was teetering on his feet and could not even accomplish retaliating. What are you all still waiting for? Wei Cheng shouted sternly. Yi Yuan naturally knew that he was shouting about, but he did not care at all. Want to walk out of this This fellow was the key figure. Below, energy fluctuated. The other 8 poles of soul-beckoning streamers finally had activities. Those martial artists clearly sensed that the surroundings were somewhat not right. Each and every one had deathly pale faces. They did not know whether or not this enchantment that Yi Yuan laid down was useful or not. Everybody don't need to worry. Those evil things can't get in. Yumengli said coolly. When those dozen over people heard, their hearts calmed down slightly, but the nervous emotions still pervade the air. The energy grew increasingly heavier. Even separated by an enchantment, they could also feel it distinctly. Suddenly, the enchantment emitted grating sounds. For some time, shrill screams emitted outside the enchantment, making people's hair stand on end. Very clearly, Yi Yuan's enchantment took effect. Seeing this scene, Wei Cheng's expression changed even more drastically. Boy, don't push people too far. Wei Cheng snapped, but Yi Yuan said with a cold smile, what a joke. Since you guys touched lure earlier, you'll need to have the readiness of being annihilated. Wei Cheng clenched his jaws and shouted, 9 in heavenly evil formation. A surge of eviline energy spread out. The other 8 soul-beckoning streamers actually rose up from the ground and attacked over towards Yi Yuan at the same time. 9 soul-beckoning streamers closing in together. The power was indeed extraordinary. Yi Yuan's expression changed. The domain of sword instantly condensed to form a 10-feet radius. At the same time, the black tortoise treasure body divine art revolved at full power, while the evil extermination sword was unleashed in full force. Boom! This time, Wei Cheng finally shook Yi Yuan's figure back 100 over feet. But he received the recoil force and carried along the 9 poles of soul-beckoning streamers and tunneled right into the tomb.